Hello everyone, we're back. Sorry about last week. I wasn't feeling too great, so I ended up having to skip that day, unfortunately. We're back now, and let's get back at it. So last session, when we ended up leaving with the party just finishing a very long, very arduous battle between themselves, an army of orcs, and a man in black armor. Um, as the battle came to the conclusion, uh, the party has felt sort of tired after that massive slog of a fight. They haven't even really had a chance to do much, as we ended just about right as we were coming to the end of that. So we're going to go ahead and kick it over to the party and see what they do in response to what just happened. So I'll start with Kazi. Kazi, what would you like to do now that that fight is over?
Oh god, can you go back to me, please? Sorry.
Sure. Markus, what would you like to do now that we've come to the end of the battle?
Right. Remembering about how, Doc, the way Doc died, he kind of remembers that the whole that the vampires usually burst into a cloud of smoke and then head off into their little coffin thing when they die or something.
Mm-hmm.
Something seemed off about that, so he's gonna open up the little book that basically records everything that they do automatically, and kind of just double check that that he's all right.
Yeah, so as you open up the book, you see that it is currently writing exactly what you're doing. You flick back a few pages to when the blow was struck, and it says, as the blade twists into his gut, Doctor died.
Anything else?
Nope.
Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. We're all screwed. Markus is gonna run over to where Doc had died and kind of just frantically search around for like a trying to see if he can find like a hair or like a droplet of blood, because if he's actually dead, then Markus can just find one of those and just cast reincarnate and bring him back.
Yeah, as you frantically sort of dig through like where the body was, you find sort of a small pile of ash.
Right. Okay. I don't know if this would technically constitute as a body part, but he's gonna take some of the ash and put it in like a pouch, but just kind of keep frantically searching for like something that's a little more, not ashy.
Okay, roll me a perception check or investigation check, whichever you prefer.
All right. They're both the same.
So
Fuck.
frantically, like looking on the ground for anything, you kind of like move the dirt a bit, trying to do anything you can to get at something other than just this sort of smuts on the ground, though nothing else seems to be there.
Guys, I could use a little help over here.
What is it?
Okay, I need you guys. I need someone to help me find like a body part of Doc, like a hair or a nail or.
A body part? What
Yes,
happened to him?
he kind of died.
Oh.
That's what the book said.
Well,
I kind of need you.
I'll ask questions later.
Yes.
I'll try to assist.
All right, roll me a perception check or investigation check, whichever you prefer.
I'm going to give you bardic
proficient in
inspiration.
neither of those, but I appreciate bardic inspiration. What's your dice for inspiration? Oh, you got it.
Give you bardic inspiration for that as well, Kazi.
That was 17 and 16.
Do you have the map, Cazo, by the way? Okay, no problem. Oh, you're good, man. No, not currently. I just wanted to make sure that it got shared. I don't know. That's all. So with the 14, well, sorry, that's 16
And a 17.
and a 17. You guys don't find anything.
Not like a hair or blood stain, just
Ash and nothing else.
all
I'm
right.
sorry. A friend was a vampire, wasn't he?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid all we're going to find is ash.
Did he
Where'd the
leave
map
behind
go?
his clothes or, any of his possessions?
Maybe he left his brush back at the caravan?
No. When he died, everything that was on him went with him.
Yeah, but maybe
So-
he didn't
Shit.
have everything he owned on him. Maybe he left it back at the caravan. Huh?
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. Sure, I didn't carry all my shit around.
Right. All right. I kind of explained to the party that.
Oh, also, really quickly, disclaimer, please.
Oh.
Got to warn them about the Scotsman.
Yes, we do.
The following presentation may and most likely will contain strong adult language, graphic descriptions of excessive violence, possibly sexual themes, other scary stuff, and on top of that a Scotsman, which may be disturbing for some audience, so please viewer discretion is advised. Are you sure one of those non-official fan content permitted under the fan content policy, not approved endorsed by Wizard? Portions of the materials are used are property of the Wizards of the Coast. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah,
All right.
sorry about that, everyone. So what were you wanting to do there?
I'm gonna try to explain to the party that Doc, his mom is the queen of the vampires, and was the only real reason, and that we were in really hot water with her, and that we And Doc was basically the only reason why there aren't like vampire assassins going after us.
Really quickly starts making an NPC vampire assassin. It's me, vampire assassin.
No, not this soon.
So yeah, while he's doing that, explaining the situation of poor Doctor's death, Gaelus, what would you like to do?
I don't really care about Doc's life, because I'm kind of new to the party, so I didn't really talk to him. So I'm gonna pretty much check up on my brother's name, Jahan. There we go. It's been 2 weeks. Give my memory some time to catch up.
No problem.
So I'm gonna go to go to Jahan and check if he's all right. Give him a once over. And it's like, when did you get so non-combative? What's going on? You used to beat the hell out of me. What happened?
I guess I was just out of it, and
Yeah,
I got a lot of things.
I'm used to beatings. Like you didn't pull punches when we were younger, or when I was. You're still way older than I am. But yeah, it's something bothering you. Like what's going on with you?
Well, aside from the entirety of my body hurting, man, you really took a beating, didn't you?
Yep, and it hurt very much so. But we're alive, thankfully. I have very little magical energy left, meaning I have one spell slot. So yeah, that was tough. I didn't expect to battle a whole army of goblins, orcs, whatever those things were. And I'm going to yell over, thanks, Kazi. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't say I'm thrilled to go back to Ereglad, as important as it is.
You know that you can't tell them that you're the one that released what's his fuckface. You know that, right?
Illinois. And you think it's wiser to let them find out through another person? Through another source?
No. But it's better to find out that some random that they don't know released them by accident. At random, I mean me. I'll take the fall for it.
It's ridiculous.
If what
Why
you
would
say is
do
true
that?
and Mother is in trouble, there's no way in hell you telling the council that you released Gillinor back into the world after she went through so much trouble. That balance of power that's going to shift way over.
The worst they can do is execute me. And I'm fairly certain that that wouldn't fit well. I'd most likely be expected to atone. And I'd most likely be banished. That's not the worst thing I can imagine.
Mm-hmm. But that makes no sense for you if I don't have any connection to Ereglad like that and take the blame. Matter of fact, I'm going to. And that's where this discussion will end, and I walk away. Love you. Bye. That's what I was doing.
All right. Well, while he does that, Lucas, what would you like to do after that ridiculous fight?
Did we end up running back to the caravan already, or is this just like
Not-
right after the fight?
This is right after the fight, so immediately after.
Yeah, that's what Lucas is worried about right now. So
So
Like-
you're like gonna start moving back there then?
Yeah, I think he's just gonna start running straight back.
All right. You letting anyone else know? Or you just taking off?
Can see me. I'm not exactly the most stealthy person here.
Right, but like are you like I guess it's less so that they know you're leaving, and more just telling them like your thought process.
I mean, I
Uh,
guess he would like yell out, "The caravan's still unprotected."
yeah, that's what I was wanting to know. If you were like telling them why you're running off.
Right,
I'll
but
Yeah. So you shout that out and start making your way back towards the caravan.
I'll join him.
All right, Kazi, are you joining him? Or are you still processing what you're gonna do? Is there anything you wanted to do before you left? If you do decide to go.
Well, I would look around if there left anything really interesting. Like, I would quickly glance over the body of the officers, the leaders in the battle,
Mm-hmm.
before I leave, and yeah, grab if there's anything worth grabbing. But I would like to go back to caravan and dedicate myself to looking for any kind of stuff that Doc could have left there that might have something of his that Markus can use to get him back, because I kind of feel responsible, but I'm not gonna let anyone tell that.
Okay, so one at a time. The first thing, you're looking for anything on the corpses of the leaders, the ones that you recognize as being the leaders.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I assume the normal orcs wouldn't have anything interesting, but maybe the leaders have.
No, the leaders. Sorry, you're right. The normal orcs don't really have anything. They look like they have, your basic armor and weapons, cheap stuff, or like stuff that they've made. But on the bigger warriors, the leaders, the ones that you recognize as probably being uh, the leaders at least, you do find a few interesting things. So each one of the leaders has this sort of smooth, black, almost polished stone that seems to sort of suck in the light around it.
Does it sound like the Blackstones I've seen before?
They do very much seem like the black stones you've seen before, long ago that you've left in Edgeville to be researched. Slightly
Yeah.
different because you found a cube made of black stone that had very similar qualities, and then you found a piece much like this piece in the corpse of a young woman who was decapitated and left for dead, found in the chest cavity of the young woman. However, you do recall that when you touched that stone,
Yeah, I remember not to touch it.
something weird happened. But as you were sort of digging around, you would have seen this necklace. Each one of them has this sort of necklace that's this black stone wrapped around and sort of held by a cord. And
Yeah, I
being
would grab
careful to
those.
not. Are you grabbing them like the actual stone, or are you taking
No,
them?
I'm taking off the necklaces, but I'm making sure not to touch the stone. So if needed,
Right.
I'll do it like through a piece of clothing or something. Just I'm not touching them. I know not
Uh,
to touch them.
yeah, you could have seen that it would have been touching the skin of some of these individuals as it just sort of hung there. But as you not wanting to risk it, grab a piece of cloth and grab the stones carefully and gingerly. You can even feel through the cloth the cold feeling that these stones sort of emit. Um, and it gets a little bit of ice around the cloth as the water in the air freezes a little.
I'd like to point out for the record that it was I who sent it to the stones to the mage tower to be researched.
Mm-hmm. You did, and you didn't find out much before you left, unfortunately. So yeah, and I believe it was Kazi that touched the stone, wasn't it, or was that Kazo's other
It
character before he
was not
died?
me.
Those other character.
Kazo's other character that died a horrendous death, not by touching the stone, but
I believe
Vampire
someone else
spawn.
touched it too, but
I don't believe
Oh,
anyone
right.
else touched it.
Senku did.
Yeah, but that was
Oh,
before.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, so another character touched it. He's dead. Anyways, seems it seems a trend to touch the stone, die. So don't do it. So you grab the stones, and what are you doing with them exactly?
I'm just gonna take them with me, stash them away, and take them with me for laters.
Sure.
Because they're dangerous, weird stones. I'm not gonna leave them since I found them.
Yeah. So where are you storing them exactly?
In my bag. In
Okay.
my backpack, because I don't have a bag. I have a backpack.
Okay. You store them in your backpack. Are you telling anyone anything?
Yeah. If they haven't left me there yet, yeah. When I have a chance, I'll.
We'll say that by
mention-
the time you finish all this, Lucas might have already said, "Hey, I'm heading off," and then Gaelus sort of made his way, because Lucas would have left kind of as the conversation with Gaelus and Jahan was finishing. Maybe he was taking a few minutes to catch his breath while they were having their conversation, which gives you enough time to sort of search the bodies as well. And then Lucas goes, "I'm out of here," and tells everyone else that he's heading
Deuces.
back to the caravan. So yeah, you would hear this right as you're putting this stuff in your backpack, and you see Lucas sort of jog off and Gaelus jogging off.
If Markus is still there, I would definitely show it to him and mention I found it on the necks of all the orc officers.
So yeah, she shows you this, Markus,
All
or
right.
tells you.
A bit disconcerting, but I'm kind of focused on this right now.
All right. So do the two of you then jog off back to camp?
Yes.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Markus?
If there's no evidence of any other Doc's remains, he's gonna jog off back to camp.
None that you see, at least, or that the others have
Right.
seen. So yeah, all right. So while Kazi's searching the dead corpses of the people on the ground, and while Gaelus and Jahan had their conversation, and before Lucas calls out to the party, Sarai, what would you like to do?
She's going to just sort of take stock of how close to death she was, and sort of piece together a bit of what happened while she was unconscious. And we'll wait until Gaelus is done talking with Jahan, and she'll go over to Jahan herself. Just go, Jahan.
Oh, how are you, Sarai?
Well, I feel like I'm a lot better than I would have been if it weren't for you.
I don't know if I did much.
You took me out of that giant brawl, and more than likely saved my life. Thank you. I was afraid I was going to have to do something very rash. Even if I did, I don't think it would have been enough to save me at that point. But thank you.
Think nothing of it. You would have done the same.
I'm glad you think highly of me.
I don't think I'd be able to forgive myself if the only person I could really call a friend so far was advocated for me this long and died. Well, I didn't do everything in my power to try to help.
Well, you're a good man, John. Just don't feel like you need to sacrifice on every chance you have. There are some hills that are worth dying on, and there are some hills that are just hills. But I'm glad that you thought that I was a suitable hill to save.
Shall we head back to the caravan?
Looks like the others are going that way as well. If nothing else, it's certainly the safest option. Let's go.
Jahan will travel with Sarai back to the caravan.
Awesome. So, oh, sorry, Thork. I got that token for you. That was the old one of when you had your skin missing. Yeah, for some reason I don't have your original token. It's fine. I'll find it eventually. So Thork, what would you like to do now that the fighting is over and the combat stopped?
Nah. Well, I would have come in about getting a kill shaft or not being able to drink.
Right back to feeling non-sober, feeling sober.
It's horrible. I can actually remember what happened.
All the death, all the murder. Ah.
How long did you say this about was?
I believe that I said it was 13 days.
Oh, there's gonna be carnage.
And this has been the first day of the 13 days? Goodness, I don't remember. I think I said 13. I'll go with 13.
And we've just slaughtered about half a dozen. A dozen.
Yeah. You just killed about a dozen or so. Kind of getting the cold sweats from being sober for too long.
This is weird. Nah.
I feel like you have to roleplay this actually like in like out of character next week. You actually have to be sober for the session.
Oh well, it's too late for that. I'm I'm already about 4 in. So
are you going back to the caravan then?
I'll pace around and still drink.
It just tastes like crap water. It does nothing.
Just be waiting for someone to hit the fan or an excuse.
All right. So you'll start heading back towards the caravan then. Jahan, anything that you want to do, you can interact with any other people. We'll just say that before you left, you would have done that. So
No, it's okay. I'll count that as my interaction.
cool. All right. So yeah, Kazi, you're running back. Markus, you're running back. Everybody's running back. But before that, Edels would have actually come up to you, Kazi, as you're searching the bodies, because he's like pulling the arrows out of a couple of the people that he shot and collecting them. And he would say, you fought well on the battlefield. Better than most people I've seen. That negotiation tactic didn't go too well, but it seems it didn't matter in the end anyways.
I tried diplomacy once and it screws me over. I don't think this is for me.
Well, I think that next time, maybe try not insulting them.
But I wasn't trying to insult them. When did I insult them?
I think it was something about them being cowardly. I'm not sure.
I never called them cowards.
I think it was more the way that you implied it.
I didn't imply any cowardly. I just said that it's better if we don't fight because we're gonna kill them anyways. So what's the point? Because we don't want to kill them. That's not implying they're cowards.
Well, maybe it's more saying that they're weak then.
I never said they're weak either. I mean, I meant it, but I never said it.
Right,
Yes,
right.
you did.
The implication is more than anything, I think.
Imply what?
How you implied that they were weak.
But you know what? Do you have wine? I don't want to talk about it.
I do, but it's back at camp. What did you find?
Oh, just more of the dangerous, weird black stones that seem to be everywhere, and you're not supposed to touch them. And I don't know anything about them other than don't touch them. I mean, I know more, but I don't really remember. It was like a lot of information.
Oh, okay. And he'll keep taking the arrows out of the skulls and the different places of people. And when you guys leave, he'll follow, running behind. As you return back to the caravan, you can see that a good number of the individuals in the caravan have also died, but a good number of orcs as well have been taken care of.
Were a good
You can
number of
see
them.
them sort of putting the bodies of the dead to the side. You don't get an exact number just looking, but you can see a good number of them fell.
Right. Did a good number of them not die because of my bardic, not bardic inspiration, inspiring leadership?
A good number of them did survive because of that. So you
Right.
did a good job. You gave them a good aid. See, a lot of the dead are the non-combatants. Some that were just sort of along for the ride as help. They weren't really military men, but you do see that they had weapons in their hands, so they were geared and properly properly equipped. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for.
Right.
Are any of you doing anything in particular now that you're back at the camp?
I'm gonna search through Doc's things to search for like loose, strands of body parts.
Sure, loose strands of body part.
No.
Yes, just my loose
Markus.
strand of body parts I keep in my bag.
Yes,
My strand of hand I have over here.
the hair, a nail, my still beating heart.
So as you are searching through his things, roll me an investigation check. Both of you.
Oh.
Can I give one of them guidance?
You can give
Both
one of
of
them guidance. Or both of them, yeah.
I'll give the other person
Kazi
bardic
and
inspiration.
Markus.
Okie dokie. So, awesome. So, Kazi, you should have probably rolled. Oh, your investigation is a higher roll, I guess. I was going to say, I don't know. What's better, a +4 or what do you have for your perception check? It's a +1.
It's +3, but you said investigation. You didn't say perception or, so I just.
Did I not say or? I thought I said or.
You did not, but anyways.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. You rolled well enough that it didn't matter. So as you're looking around, Kazi, you managed to find a few objects of interest. A comb that you would recognize as the comb that he used. And you also find a vial of red. Jeez Louise, something is wrong with me today. Pronunciations of words hard. You find a vial of red liquid. It's kind of thick.
I'll bring that back to Markus. Hey,
Right.
I'm not sure if that's gonna be what you need, but this is what I found.
I'm assuming the comb has his hair in it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Alright, good. This is exactly what I need. Now to get the material components. And they're expensive. 1,000 gold pieces. But I do have the money for it, so it's all cool. The problem is trying to get these material components within the next 10 days.
Well, we're going to the Elven City. Perhaps it won't be so hard after all.
Right, but it entirely hinges on the fact that we can get there within 10 days. I don't know how long how much further it is.
Well, do you think anyone in this caravan might be carrying the sort of materials you need?
I'll go ask.
Okay. Who are you asking?
The various I guess merchants, people, that own the caravans that have
Right.
at least 1,000 gold pieces worth of rare oils and undulants worth at least 10,000 gold pieces.
Okay. Well, we'll pause there for a moment and we'll get back to that. So, Gaelus, what would you like to do while him and Kazi are doing that?
I no. I guess I'll see if anybody. I don't know. What's the state of the camp? They were attacked or fine? Going.
They were attacked. They look like they're sort of dealing with the consequences of that, like, taking the injured to get help, taking the dead and sort of separating them, taking them away from camp, to be dealt with later. Taking stuff off of the corpses of the dead orcs and taking them also away from the camp. Yeah, they're kind of in the aftermath of it. You've arrived back sort of after the fight has ended.
Gotcha. I will do what I can to help. If there's any fires, I'll help them out. I'll help get the stuff off the orcs. I'll help put away dead people. I'll just help where I'm needed.
Okay, absolutely. So yeah, you begin doing exactly that. There's a few fires, so you help put them out. You help grab a couple of the injured that need to be taken to, the medical area, things like that.
Yep.
While he's doing that, and the other two are doing what they're doing, Lucas, what would you like to do?
Basically the same thing that Gaelus is doing, just moving bodies and making sure that we're good to go.
All right. Sarai, what would you like to do?
She is going to, seeing that the fight is not going on over here right now, is going to sit down and just try to stop bleeding. basically just take a short rest as she's just looking out into the woods, trying to make sure that nobody else is going to come after them.
As you're sort of off to the side, you see Edels is sort of like helping some of the injured, patching them up. Sort of sees you, he'll make his way over and ask if you need any help.
I need to catch my breath, but thank you.
He nods. If you need anything, let me know. I'm fairly good at stitching wounds back together, and I'd hate for you to get an infection.
I think I'll be alright.
And move on to the next person, making sure that they're all right.
She's going to continue looking out into the woods, but also keep a bit of a closer eye on Edels.
Okay. Yeah. He cleans some of the wounds of some of the people, stitches some of their stuff together. While Sarai is doing that, Thork, what would you like to do now that you're back in the caravan? Plenty of dead bodies around.
He's not very much use for that sort of stuff. He could help shift the bodies to whatever they do with them.
Alright. Yeah, they just kind of move them away from the camp so that, they're not there.
Cool.
While that's happening, Jahan, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna approach Sarai after Edels walks away. Do you mind if I sit up next to you for a ritual?
Feel free.
Oh.
I still don't trust that man.
And he takes a seat. Pretty difficult to trust a lot of people these days. And begins setting up a ritual for Phantom Steed. What strikes you about him that off?
Well, I'm experienced enough to know that when someone is consistently gushing about you, they want something from you. And he's done nothing but gush about Kazi for the entire time he's been here. Now, I know there are some who are infatuated, but infatuation is also dangerous. And I've learned that for someone to offer something for free is someone that shouldn't be trusted very easily.
Some people just try to do the right thing. Isn't that why you keep your book?
I suppose, but unfortunately, many people aren't very, they don't do good for doing good's sake. And I don't know if I'd consider consistently buying wine and cheese for our friend to butter her up a entirely good thing. Sure, the merchants appreciate it.
I trust your judgment. I'll keep my eye open as well. Yeah. And
I'm not used to being this fragile. Concerning. Thank you again for taking care of him.
of course. And if we sit in comfortable silence for a while after 11 minutes and the ritual finishes, and a phantom steed does appear from the woods, so you're probably going to want to stay off your feet for a while you rest up. You can ride for a little bit.
You're too kind.
All right, yeah. So as just about when you finish casting that spell, um, everyone doing what it is that they're doing, um, I'm sure Kazi and Markus would have started doing something else after you get done with the finding of stuff, which wouldn't have taken 11 minutes. So, Kazi, what would you have liked to have done while he's casting the ritual after you find what you're looking for?
I'm gonna go and try to meditate.
Okay. You find a spot kind of away from the dead bodies and away from the people sort of getting aid and the cries of pain. Someplace far enough away that it's not quiet, but it's not as loud. And as you sort of sit there, are you like cross-legged or like just on your knees, sort of in meditation?
Cross-legged, exactly like Doc tried to teach me.
Okay, yeah, so you sit cross-legged and it's not as noisy as it is in the caravan. Roll me a wisdom check. Just a wisdom check. So you try to concentrate and just kind of relax and let the flow of what's around you just happen, like Doc told you. But you can hear the kind of groans of pain in the distance, and it makes it hard to let things go. Your mind kind of for a second thinks how maybe this is your fault, but then you push it away. Roll again.
Ooh.
As you
Oof.
kind of continue to try to push away the surrounding noise, and you can kind of hear the sound Doc made as he died, kind of the surprise intake of breath of and then gone as he burst into flames. Not a scream of pain, just gone. Roll again. As you sit there, you can hear another groan of pain from someone in the distance, and you see the man in black armor, better than you, stronger than you, faster than you, taking down your friends one after another. Roll it again.
Hey, slightly better.
Slightly better.
Over 10.
You watch Sarai get taken down by orcs, as you can hear sort of Sarai and Jahan talking in the distance about how Sarai needs to walk after that wound. Roll it again.
Can anyone see her? Is like she like out and about meditating, or is it like
I'm sure she's kind of like off to the side, kind of away from the crowd, not in the forest, just sort of away from the caravan. And if you're looking around for, you might notice her, maybe not, depending on how engrossed you are in what you're doing, which is helping the people around you that are in pain. So as you continue to try to meditate, kind of leaning into the what's going on around you, you can hear someone say, "You're gonna lose your leg, son." Roll it again.
Hey.
But the noises around you start to fade. You start to let the things that are happening around you lessen in your head. Let the things that have happened recently lessen in your head. And you can hear the voice of Doc sort of say, just let go of things, stupid. You won't be able to meditate if you keep listening to everything around you. Him repeating this for about the 10th time is he's tried to teach you how to meditate properly. And with that, sort of the last thing you do hear, as everything kind of fades and you begin to meditate, each idea or thought comes to you, but you don't hold on to it. As it comes, it goes just as easily. You let it go as it goes on. You think about things that have happened today. You think about things that had happened the day before. They come to you, you look at them, and they go. And this happens for the rest of the time, which would be, at this point, about another 4 minutes of just sort of meditation. 5 minutes of meditation. As at that point, the ritual would finish. So it took you about 6 minutes to kind of get in the mode of meditation before you could actually meditate. Anything else that you would like to do, Marcus, as you kind of come to the end of looking for stuff?
Oh, did I already find the material components?
Oh, that, right. Okay. So you start asking around the different merchants, and they tell you that they do not.
All right.
At least not in any quantity. Well, they don't have any of what you're needing currently.
Right.
A lot of what they have is stuff that can be sold sort of en masse,
Gotcha.
and not a lot of that is needed.
Right.
But they tell you in Ereglad that you should definitely have what you're looking for.
All right. While they tell me that, I'd like to ask them, like, how many more days to Ereglad?
Well, sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more.
Okay. Can you give me like a rough estimate then?
Maybe about another 6 days to 2 weeks.
Right.
Depends on how the forest behaves.
All right. I guess I'll just go around then, using the rest of my spell slots, and then after that, start using my bolster spell to just start healing people,
All right.
which is like 3 first levels, 2 second levels, and a 4th level.
Okay. Yeah, you take care of some of the more injured Pokemon. Jeez.
It was a very different RPG than once I last remembered.
Oh my god, my head.
Pikachu, no!
Pikachu fainted. I
Turn into Bulbasaurs.
I don't know why I was thinking Pokemon, dude. You take you heal some of the more injured individuals, patching up some of their some of the worst off ones. But yeah, that we'll say that takes you the rest of the time. So it's about this time that the caravan has kind of gotten their shit together. The injured are being treated. loaded up into some spare wagons that they have for these people. And it's at this time that the leader of the caravan sort of starts looking for you guys. And so it is Sebastian who will find you, Kazi, as you're sort of meditating. Well, I'm glad you're back in one piece.
I'm gonna ignore him, trying to meditate still.
Edels told me what happened. I just wanted to see how everyone was doing and maybe have a conversation and see if we can work out what we should do. We got hit pretty hard.
She's gonna open her eyes and sigh. Sorry, I was trying to meditate. Any way I can help you now with that?
Well, I was hoping you could gather up the others. We could try to have a conversation.
Sure. She'll get up. Where do you want us to meet you?
I suppose at the front. He gestures like towards the front of the caravan.
Okay. See you. And she'll try to find everyone and tell them about it.
Right. So yeah, you quickly can find everyone. Doesn't take any ridiculous amount of time. I assume everyone starts to head towards the front.
Sure.
Okay. As you arrive in the front, you can see Sebastian. He's kind of bleeding on his side. Looks like he took a pretty bad stab, but he's not got time to bleed kind of deal as he starts talking to you. Edels told me about what had happened. There was an army waiting for you, and you fought them and dealt with them. But the man in black armor left. He didn't know why. I asked. Just wanted to see what you knew and what you think we should do.
We're all here, right?
Yeah, everybody would be there at this point.
All right, I would go up to him and bolster his wound.
You watch his wound sort of stop bleeding as you do this.
Right, and I would say, well, where to even start? The this guy in black armor is one tough cookie. He had he kind of spawned a whole bunch of swords, and we couldn't even get past them. Managed to kill
That's
Doc.
insane.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about your friend.
All right. I don't know what else Edels said. Are there any questions you have in particular?
What do you think we should do? Should we continue forward or retreat back to Edgeville?
If you retreat now, their deaths will be meaningless.
I'm pretty sure we got most of them.
And I agree. Retreating would mean the deaths of those that died would be for nothing. I had hoped that you would say that you thought we should continue, But I would listen if you said otherwise.
We
No.
need to move forward.
Alright. I'll let everyone know. We had a couple people run as the attacks hit. Not many, though. Most stood their ground.
I don't know how I would ask this in character, but I would ask how well my inspiring leadership helped them.
I guess you would ask, like, how did my morale boost help in the fight?
All right, sure, that. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's an awkward question. He would say, well, your boost to the men certainly seemed to spur them to fight harder and longer. And your words of encouragement somehow felt like a blade or two might have missed me.
Good.
So he'll turn and sort of leave all of you together as he starts kind of ordering everyone back to the carts and wagons and to get started so you can get the hell out of here. So while you're all together, does anyone want to say anything to the rest of the group?
Before the caravan leader leaves, I'd probably ask him for like a general estimate on how far we are to Edgeville in terms of days.
He would say the same, somewhere between 6 days and 2 weeks.
That's not great.
It's hard to say. Unfortunately, the woods are tricky. The city might even be right around the bend. You can never tell.
Hopefully the woods will be more forgiving from here on out.
I hope so. I feel like whatever you did in that fight might have caused them to rethink their strategy.
Yeah. Yeah, just before he tried to strike down Sarai, he apparently got like some kind of telepathic message from his master. I don't know what it was, but it apparently made him, stop.
Well, whatever made him stop, I suppose, is good.
Right. For now, at least.
All right. So if anyone else wants to say anything, now's the time. If not, we'll go ahead and progress into what happens next.
Are we taking a short rest?
I was gonna say that you don't need to worry about short rests. You're gonna be taking a long rest.
Oh, thank God.
Huzzah and stuff.
Thank you, DM.
So, in case you guys didn't see this, they leveled up as we finished last session. So they're all
Oh, you
level
did
9
say that.
now.
Oh, I thought that was a dream.
Well,
I thought it was a dream.
if you
No, because I have like 4 campaigns on part of, so I was like, one of them told us we're leveling up, and I couldn't remember which one it was. It was you. Okay, thank you.
So yeah, if you haven't leveled up, then level up now. You're level 9.
Tell me how to do that.
So open up your character sheet,
Don't
Open.
use the wizard as a trap.
and then where it says class and level, there's like a magnifying glass. Click that.
Mm.
And then where the
Got
red
it.
dragon is, click and drag that to where it says sorcerer, and then release it.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
And then look at the
And then,
sorcerer table for anything you might need to know.
yeah, you may be getting something at level 8, 9. I'm not sure.
I think it's just the
think so, but I will
spells.
be looking for it right now.
Oh, DM. I'd also like to ask Sarai if she can do her little fortune telling thing.
Oh, of course. Yes. Let me about if it will go well for us to try to bring our friend back in the way that you intend.
Yes.
Of course. So I'll do my augury to see if we continue on forward to try to get the reagents in the Elven City. Weal, woe, or neither, or both.
So, what is the spell that you're trying to use to bring him back?
Reincarnate.
Reincarnate. That's a level 5 spell.
Yes.
Okay.
You touch a dead humanoid or a piece of a dead humanoid. Provided the creature has been dead for no longer than 10 days, the spell formats a new adult body for it and then calls the soul to enter that body if the target soul isn't free or willing, blah, 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 blah.
So, how does hair work? Does that count as a piece?
Yes. It is
It's
a
part of the
piece of a
body.
dead body.
Okay.
Or at
Alright.
least that's how I see it.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
It's still a question if the soul wants to return to the body.
Or can.
Or can, yeah. Like that's those are both good questions. So weal and woe is the response.
Well, it seems like we could be successful in it, but of course it's going to be risky. Can't imagine anything that wouldn't be at this point, though.
Right.
But that at least bodes well.
Alright.
Alright. So yeah, you guys get your long rest, you level up. So as you're long resting, how are you guys camping up for the day? Kazi, are you just sleeping under the stars? Or I guess how are you long resting? Like before you actually sleep. What would you guys be doing? Kazi, what would you be doing before you rest?
I'll try to meditate some more.
Alright. Roll me a wisdom check. Alright, yeah, you kind of do it again. Markus, what would you like to do as you're kind of all chilling before your long rest?
Markus is just really, really hoping that we can get to Ereglad before, the 10-day expiration date.
Alright. Gaelus, anything in particular you would like to do?
I think Gaelus, especially due to the dreams he's been having recently, is just probably doing a little meditation himself just to make sure everything is okay inward, like not trying to let the powers get out of control, because he does have difficulty with those sometimes, especially being back in the Feywilds.
Alright. Lucas, anything in particular you would like to do?
Yeah, as it gets a little closer to night, I think Lucas is gonna head out for a little bit. He's gonna pick up that burlap sack that he brought with him when they left Edgeville, and he's gonna go set up some. It's almost like practice dummies, almost. Just off in the one of the corners of the camp, and he's gonna cast silence in the area, and he's gonna take out a weighted training blade that he brought with him, and he's just going to be practicing cutting through and trying to get it so that he can work up to cutting through 2 dummies, then 3, then 4, and then by the time that he's going back to bed, he's gotten to the point where he's able to strike through about 5.
Awesome. Sarai, anything in particular you would like to do before you long rest?
Well, she will be setting up a Liamon's tiny hut, and while she's doing that, she'll do it close to Markus, and she'll say to him, "Markus, dear, I don't think your worrying is going to make us go there any faster."
I suppose you're not wrong on that.
That's what was that book that you were looking through after the battle?
I think I showed you this already, but I show him the book. It's a book that basically says that we're prophesied he's to stop the Second Visitation and grab a few artifacts and find the Dragon Rider's super secret tower, and it also writes down everything that the party does all the time in real time.
Well, that's quite a weighty book. How does it have enough pages?
I don't know. Maybe it grows new ones?
Oh, it is curious. When did you find this book?
You know how when we got back to Edgeville from the Dark Woods,
Mm-hmm.
we gave that bark of the ashen tree, the ash tree, to the guy, and this book was payment for that. And this material component was supposed to help cure his wife, but it backfired hard.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yes.
Well, I know that you had the best of intention.
Yeah.
Well, the important thing is that we get some good sleep, I suppose.
Yeah.
Can't exactly be much help to anyone if we don't have any rest.
Exhaustion's a bitch.
Certainly. So, how long has it been since you've had a good dream, Markus?
I don't know. I only had one dream sequence so far in this campaign, and it was the one that Gil just described during this stream.
How unbelievably meta of you.
Yeah, I mean, your dreams can be nasty sometimes, but they're not horrible. Bad dreams like anyone has normally.
Right. Any good dreams I had lately?
Not really. Nothing nothing amazing. Nothing to write home about.
Right. It's been rather bland lately.
Hmm. All right. Maybe tonight will be better.
Mm. Don't jinx it.
That'll be it for me for now.
All right. And last, well, not last, Thork, anything you want to do before you long rest, or just be angry sober?
No, just find a dry patch on the ground. That'll do.
All right. Jahan, anything in particular you would like to do?
Um, I don't know, I guess, yeah, I'll go seek out Kazi for a sec. What's she up to?
So she is meditating or trying
Um,
to.
You know what? I like living, so maybe I'll.
I choose life.
I choose life. So
I choose memes.
I'll find her at a better time to ask her my question. So instead, I'll seek out Lucas for a sec. Probably just as he's done cutting down these figures in half. These five figures.
Yeah, so just to set the scene a little bit better, when he casts silence, there's kind of like this ring of blue flame that's kind of around in this training area that he set up. And he's literally just taking this blunt training blade and trying to cut completely through these training dummies.
Okay. And I think Jahan knows better than to step in a ring of silence while a man swings his blade heavily. So, um,
Oh, he'll notice
uh,
you if you approach, but
okay, cool. And yes, Jahan will like lean against a tree with his like rapier.
yeah,
As
he'll grab a towel and leave the ring of silence if he sees you kind of sidle up.
you sure have improved a lot in the short time that we've been out since we've left Edgeville.
Still feels like I've got a long way to go. How are you feeling?
Um, that's complicated. Uh, Thank you for telling me that I should have told King Dragon.
Well, it was what felt like the right decision in the moment, and I think it took a lot to be able to even be able to do that. So I think I'm trying to say good job on that.
Do you have any family?
Uh, Lucas's face goes a little bit paler than it usually is. I had a father. Not quite sure where he's at anymore. Um, we lost my mother when I was much younger. Uh, Kind of led us back towards the faith when that happened. What do you ask?
My family is really all that I have. And seeing Gaelus again after well, to what most humans would feel such a long time. It was an unexpected blessing. And one of my biggest fears was doing anything that would harm my family, harm my home. And all it took was a step.
Lucas kind of just leans up against whatever post that we are, or probably a tree or something. It's not like you really meant to do it. What just matters right now is just making sure that the destruction doesn't happen.
What are the tenets of your faith?
Oh, that's complicated. So, for the faith of soul, it's a religion of light, of punishing the wicked and bringing light and hope to people. To do that, not every follower of soul can be as soft, I suppose is a good way to put it. There are many warriors that come out of the faith of soul and many healers that also come out. I'm kind of a special case in the fact of being brought up very young in the church, and my heritage, a little bit more was expected of me. So I do my best to follow both supporting and looking after people, as well as punishing and taking hope away from others.
And what do you constitute the wicked? How do you determine who's wicked and deserves punishment?
It's hard to tell. Like with Markus, I'm not sure what I would have done if situations were different. It's more, I hate to call it a gut feeling, but it's almost what it is. Sometimes you hear something about somebody that just makes your stomach turn. Truly vile things.
I well, you did break his arms thrice in front of all the whole party.
I did. And although I might threaten him with that, I suppose there's no better way to put it. Kind of smirks at that. I'm kind of thinking it over.
Do you think that I'm wicked?
I think you're stupid, but not wicked.
Does your God?
I think he's agitated with you. Or at least the extension of his wrath is. Him himself? I don't know.
Hmm. Well, I admit I kept my distance with you um, for a little while after your encounter with Markus. And
Yeah. I think I can understand that. There's a lot that's asked of me, and not all of it is pretty. I understand that. It's complicated.
but in truth, it wouldn't matter how many times you broke my arms, because the only way I'm going to be absolved from anything is if somehow Gillinor falls. Gaelus wants to take the blame and save my name. I'm sure you can imagine that I disagreed wholeheartedly. I don't think he thinks he has a lot to lose. And I care about my family, and I've always cared about my place. I was training to be the next Aegis. I was going to be a protector. And I failed. And I need to amend for that. And I can't let him do it. The punishments would be so much more forgiving on me than it would be for him. If I had the strength to tell King Dragon, I should have the strength to tell Aegis and my mother as well.
Either way you go, it's going to be hard. You realize that.
Oh, yes. I'll be banished. And all I would have is my brother and you all. But I think my fear of losing my family is less than my fear of making things right.
Well, we shall see. Hopefully this plan that Kazi was able to dream up will work. If it does, that's one less thing that you have to worry about.
Thank you for speaking with me, Lucas.
Yeah, you seem to have a lot on your mind. And although I am a champion of what is right, and you'll kind of throw up quotes around right, one thing that Sol did ask me specifically to do was to make sure that all of you are kept safe. So I'll do my best to do that.
Would you care for another spar?
Well, how many am I at now? 3 bodies? Sure, why not? I could use a break. Kind of smiles at you as he says that.
All right. And if you'd like, we can do what we did last time in Edgeville, or we can have this be like just say that we spent the rest of our time sparring.
I think we're good with just saying it this time.
All right, cool. And that's what Johan does.
All right, so as that sort of comes to an end, you guys begin your long rest. Nothing overly interesting happens.
Can I? Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I actually wanted to do something while the others were taking a long rest.
Sure, go ahead.
So, when the others go to sleep, Sarai is going to take a bit before she goes to sleep. Excuse me. And she is going to cast Dream on Markus.
Okay. So you cast Dream on Markus. What are you doing to him?
Well, he's going to have a dream message with Sarai where she gets to make it look however she wants to make it look.
All right.
So, hi, Markus. Excuse me.
Oh, hello,
So,
Sarai.
when
This
you
is,
when you go to sleep, you have a dream of just sort of like a vast, empty field, and you see just Sarai, just as she normally is during the day, and all her get up, standing in front of you, just looking at you, says, "Hello, Markus."
hello, Sarai. Is this a dream spell?
Perhaps. It's been an awfully long time since I've been able to do this. Thought it'd be good to give you a good dream for tonight. What would you like to do?
I don't know. Just hang out, I guess.
Well, we don't have to hang out in this rather dull place. And she sort of gestures with her hand, and all of a sudden, you guys are on a big cliffside overlooking a beach.
Mm.
Is this more to your liking?
You have something a bit more urban.
I do. And she gestures again, and you guys are now in a tavern that's sort of bustling with people. Is this better?
Yes.
Oh, have a seat, dear.
I'd take a seat. Never been much of a fan of the outdoors.
Well, they do have their charms. They were all there was before, you know.
Ugh.
Don't like to think about that much, now do you?
Just pave it all over with cement.
Oh. But there are some charming things. Is there something you'd like to talk about? Or just not have to worry about everything else?
Well, you're the one that casts spells, so I figured that you were the one that wanted to talk.
I wanted to. Markus, you've been doing very well. And I've been wanting to, I guess you could say, give you a reward. I know that doing good isn't entirely your first inclination.
Mm.
And I know that your friend doesn't exactly inspire deeds of greatness. Well, I suppose he does, but more with a whip.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. A whip.
Well, I wanted something nicer than that for you, and so here you are.
All right. So, quick question, DM. Is Watcher actually in this dream?
So, what spell are you using so I can... Is it just dream?
It is dream.
Okay, so are you in the dream with him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's let's see. The target. You or one creature you touch enters a trance-like state, and
there's
you're aware
more.
of their
Okay.
surroundings, but can't make a. Yeah.
Sorry, there was more here. I just had to scroll down.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not making it a terrifying nightmare.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, well, I guess with that power, you can make it so that technically he wouldn't be, I guess, or at least he wouldn't be necessarily privy to the information happening.
Okay.
All right.
So,
As
what
long
would
as
you like to do? In your dream.
Or a game of cards.
sure. It's
I
been
know
some
that.
time.
I know this money is technically fake, but you know.
Well, if it makes it feel better, we could split the winnings after we wake up.
Yeah.
Although I have to warn you, I'm not exactly flush with cash.
Hmm. No, this dream money will do.
All right. So, we play cards.
All right. So as you play cards, hand after hand, roll me a perception check, both of you.
Deception.
Perception.
Oh, perception.
Deception.
Deception.
Well, if it was poker, I could see perception. Oh, there we go.
So, Sarai, you kind of notice that something's odd about what's happening outside of, well, around you in the dream. There was noise and bustle. That's how you made it, obviously. But that sort of stopped. And you look around, and the people that were in the tavern are no longer in the tavern. And outside, the windows are dark.
Oh dear.
What?
Well, I was hoping this would be better than this.
Where did all the
She's-
people go?
Exactly. Hold on, we may go back to the great outdoors. She's gonna try to make the dream shift back to just being in the plains.
So yeah, as you try to make it shift back, you are taken to the plains, but not how you left them. The sky is pitch black. And the ground itself is sort of dying. The grass that was there is dead, and sort of as you step, there's a squelching kind of wet sound. As you sort of move around, the air around you is cold. And as you kind of look out into the darkness that is around you, you don't see too far, but you can see each other.
Are you doing this?
Certainly not. And I am not thrilled with whatever being is messing with my dream.
I pull out a lantern to see if I can shed some light.
I did take a double sight just with this level, so I can see 120 feet around, if that
Right.
helps.
But I can't.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So you do
Looking
whatever you do.
around into the darkness, sort of beyond, like at the edge of your vision, even when the light is on, you can kind of see what looks like something moving, but not like a small something. Like just beyond your reach of vision, there's something entirely around your field of vision. So like there's something large all around you moving, but you can't quite see it. And as you sort of move the lantern towards it, even, you still can't see it. And with Devil's Sight, it's the same. It's this eerie feeling that something just beyond your line of sight is there and is moving and watching you.
I
And
am
sort of
no
the hair-
stranger. Oh, sorry. Thought you were
Uh,
done.
I was gonna say the hair on the back of your neck pricks up.
I am no stranger to the concept of intruders in dreams. Show yourself.
Sort of stepping out of the darkness, almost forming from shadow and smoke, is an entity dressed in all black, not armor, just clothing. And as the sort of face forms out of this smoke, you see pale white skin, so white it's almost like snow, and two large black eyes. The hair kind of flows above it like smoke wisping around, and as it smiles a smile filled with shark-like teeth.
So is this Luna?
It is a masculine-looking individual.
Oh,
Looks
Hello.
like my image that I use.
uh,
And what is it that you want?
Oh, I want nothing really. I just wanted to see a dream stepper. This sort of magic's typically avoided in situations such as yourself.
Is it now?
Oh, yes. Dreams are sort of dangerous, don't you know?
Of course I do. But of course you would have already known that, now wouldn't you?
Oh, I don't know. I just live in the dreams.
and what's your name?
Oh, unimportant.
If you're
Well,
so unimportant, then you may now leave the way you came.
Oh, that's rude.
You're the one that said that you were unimportant.
I said my name is unimportant.
Mm. Potato, potato.
well, now that you've had a good look at me, did you want to play cards, or was there something else that you wanted?
Oh, I haven't had a good look at you yet.
And what do you mean by that?
But a card game sounds fun.
No bet.
Oh, why not?
I have a strict policy.
Policy on what?
On bets and deals.
Oh, I don't need to make a deal with you.
Well, then you don't need to make a bet with me either.
I already have what I want, really.
Which is.
You trapped in here for as long as I wanted.
What did he say? Sorry.
You trapped in this dream for as long as I wanted.
When he says that, I will attempt to dismiss the spell.
Hey, you attempt to dismiss the spell, but you don't wake up.
Well then.
So what's your end goal here?
I suppose that's for me to know and you to speculate. Enjoy your dream, he says as he sort of takes a step back into the shadows again. You kind of have a sensation of being pulled as space between the two of you starts to form. And you feel like you're being pulled away from each other. What would you like to do?
Can I try to hold on to Sarai?
Sure, roll me an acrobatics check.
All right.
Yeah, so you grab Sarai. Sarai, do you grab him back?
She will instinctively.
Right. So you two feel the sort of sensation of being pulled away from each other intensifies. Roll me an athletics check, both of you.
Oh, I'm great at those. Yeah, 5.
I'm gonna give Sarai Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
6.
So the feeling intensifies and grows and grows and grows until you can no longer hold on. As you're sort of ripped away, Sarai, pulled against your will away from Markus.
I'll get you out of this. As I'm being just thrown away.
I hope so.
Markus, you're pulled back until eventually you land in what looks like your home. The home that was burned down, at least.
All right. I'm guessing Sarai made it so that Watcher is now privy to what's going on, or I don't know how I do that.
I don't think I'd be able to do that with the spell because I only select one person to
All right.
receive the dream.
Yep. So as you're kind of reaching out to see if you can get the attention of Watcher, that connection that's always sort of there isn't there anymore. You feel like you could do whatever you wanted, and Watcher wouldn't know.
Well,
And the
not
longer you're awake, the more everything else that happened up until this point feels like a weird dream.
Not exactly how I imagined I'd be free from Watcher, but I start
Kinda.
looking. I start looking around the house.
Yeah, everything seems like it should be in the place where it should be. And your head's kind of foggy feeling as you kind of look around trying to recall exactly what the hell is going on. sort of at that moment that the door to your room, there's a knock.
I open it slowly.
As you open it, you see your friend, the one that died in your dream, sort of standing there with a weird look on his face as he sort of looks at you. Well, you gonna fucking let me freeze to death out here?
You have a key, you know.
Yeah, I left it inside. He
Uh,
sort of pushes past you into the room.
wait. You died. How are you here?
The hell are you talking about, you weirdo?
Don't call me a weirdo.
We got a job to do. You still not even dressed. What the hell?
I look down.
I mean, you're like in your night clothing, whatever that would be.
Right. All right. I guess I'll just get dressed.
As
It's
you get dressed, he's talking to you about how he went to go have a conversation with the guy that's hiring you, and he's got good news. He's gonna pay us more. I told him that it's a hard job and that we wouldn't be able to do it without putting some risk on ourselves.
what's the
He told
job?
us we gotta put a hit on somebody.
Who?
Some girl. She came into town recently.
All right.
And we're gonna
It's
pause there for a second.
It's winter already. Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah, it is winter outside. Yes, it's quite cold. And we'll pause there for a second. So, Kazi, you kind of wake up the next morning, and you can see that Markus and Sarai are still asleep.
Lazy bums.
Edels is he kind of comes into the room. Well, not into the room. Comes into where you guys are resting and whatever you're at. If you're just sort of set up camp, and we'll say, Sebastian says that we should be ready to go in about 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Well, if they don't wake up soon, you might want to wake them up.
Me? Why do I
Yeah.
have to wake him up?
Because I'm going to be busy meditating, and if someone doesn't, they might stay here.
Okay. What? Can we just wake him up now?
Sure, go for it. I need to meditate. So, see ya.
See ya.
Lays back down in bed.
So he'll go over to Markus and sort of give him a shake. He doesn't respond. He'll go over to Sarai, give her a shake. He looks a little worried, and he'll look over to whoever is just sort of also around, and we'll say, something's off. I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean off?
They're not waking up.
I guess I'll walk over.
Eating. Sure, she's still recovering.
Can I look at both of them and do like a perception check to see if anything's wrong, or a medicine check or something? I don't.
Medicine check.
Skills. There we go. I'm not good at those.
They're both breathing at least.
Okay, can I? I don't have detect magic like that, so I can't even see if they're magically induced or.
I have detect magic. Sure.
Just
Give me a minute to set up, and I'll let you know if their condition changes. I'm sure it's nothing.
All right.
okay.
Does anyone else want to do something else in that 10-minute time?
Can I check their bodies?
Sure. Well, how are you checking them? Medicine checking them or what?
Well, I'm seeing if their eyes will open, what their breathing's at, heartbeat.
You can force their eyes open, and as you do, I'm not exactly sure how to describe that because I don't know what it's like when I have seizures. But I guess their eyes are sort of rolled up in the back of their head a bit, and they seem unresponsive. The light doesn't seem to affect their pupils.
But they're
Oh,
shaking
one
and
one
frosting
thing.
their limbs.
Oh. Sorry, one thing of note, because this is actually going to be the first time you've seen Sarai's eyes, because she always has goggles on. Her
Oh yeah, good point.
her irises are actually slightly glow red.
Very
Interesting.
interesting.
Normal for a tiefling, I'm assuming.
Huh?
I don't know. Is that normal for a tiefling?
They don't
Tieflings are
normally
a weird
glow.
bunch. They can be all kinds of weird things.
Would they even know you're a tiefling at this point?
Oh, they know I have a devil's tail and horns, at least.
Okay, yeah. I
Oh.
didn't know if you had a tail because not all tieflings have them.
Well, she does.
Okay, yeah. So they would know you're a tiefling or something like that. So yeah, I mean, apart from that glowing eye, they seem alive and normal. Just not responding or waking up.
I'm not quite sure what's going on with them either right now.
Did,
Go ahead.
did anyone talk to them before they went to sleep?
I didn't get a chance to.
Hmm.
Does this look similar to what happened at the camp?
It does look similar to what happened at the camp when you first came into the before you came into the actual forest. People asleep, not waking up, not responding.
Uh, before
Is that mist back?
before I let out the dragon, I thought it was the cause of everything that happened, but it said that the reason behind all of the merchants in the camp falling unconscious was due to it had something to do with Kazi. Some sort of connection she has, perhaps. Maybe we should find her and bring her back.
She's only meditating. Like, is she here still?
I don't know, Kazi, did you walk away and leave them?
Yeah, she would go to some like more secluded place by the edge of the forest, not in the forest, but to be by herself and train meditation.
Gotcha. Should I yell for her? We all know how loud I am.
Well, it was because that she was around that happened, though. So if it's something similar, maybe we just have to cast Dispel Magic on them.
Hmm? If that's the case, then perhaps that's wisest.
I have Dispel Magic, don't I? Let's see, because I don't remember my spell. Mm,
Will
I also have the ability to
I do.
dispel magic, but it's much more drastic.
I can dispel magic simply. No need for drastic measures right now. I will go ahead and expend a spell slot for dispel magic on Sarai. See if that does anything.
Okay. As you cast the spell, it either doesn't do anything or doesn't resolve.
Okay. So that did nothing, most likely. Either whatever this is beyond my power or just not magical. I can't. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's afflicting them.
Edels kind of looks nervous, and he says, where I come from, sometimes this happens to the people in the village. We call it sleep paralysis. We have a ritual to get rid of it.
What's the ritual?
I'll have to gather a few incense, but I can perform it. It's not overly complicated. Maybe it'll help.
What
Okay.
does it involve?
Burning some incense, saying a few enchantments. It's not overly complicated.
Okay, can I do an insight check to see if he has any malice towards it? I don't know this man.
Sure.
See if his motives are like trustworthy at least.
Sure, I'm an insight check.
23.
He seems to be telling the truth.
Okay. Then I will say, all right, go get your stuff. Is there anything I can help with?
No, I don't think so.
We can lend you the gold for the incense at least.
That would be helpful, yes. I need about 50 gold
Okay.
worth of incense, I think.
50 gold worth of incense.
Sorry, I've got to find my actual inventory. There it is. I mean, I can handle that if it's needed.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
And he'll take the gold and start to run off. What were you gonna say?
Did we finish the ritual?
The ritual of what?
Detect magic.
Oh, yeah, it will.
Okay.
Also, before that, I'm gonna follow him because I don't trust him. Even with the insight, I don't follow. I don't trust him. I'm gonna go with him.
Sure.
Why? Is it because he's an assassin?
Oh no, because he's
not an assassin.
I don't know.
Oh, he's not? I thought he
him.
had an ambush feat or something. My bad.
Oh, no, he's a Gloomstalker rogue. Sorry, Gloomstalker ranger with some rogue, but no, he's not an assassin. Sure, you can follow him. While you follow him, yes, the detect magic does go off. It is not magical, or doesn't seem to be.
Are there any traces of the dream spell left behind?
No. At this point, the spell would have been done. Say you follow him. He goes and gets some incense. He grabs some candles, a few other small things that are unconsequential. They just look like, ingredients for a ritual.
Okay.
But yeah, it's he takes him like maybe 3 or 4 minutes to go all to different merchants and reports to Sebastian and says something's going on with the adventurers. We'll have to pause our move for a few minutes at least. Sebastian says, just let me know what happens. If you need anything, let me
Okay.
know as well. And then, he will come back and start setting up.
All right.
Meanwhile, while that's happening, Kazi, you're meditating. Roll me a wisdom check.
Save.
A saving throw.
Wisdom check, I mean. Okay. It's gonna take you a little bit of time to get into that meditative state. But as you sort of do, I need you to roll me another wisdom check. So you close your eyes and you start drifting away, pushing all the different thoughts to the side. And it's sort of at the peak of this that you kind of can feel something else press against your mind. And you hear Malagos's voice, whom you haven't seen all day, say, Kazi, I got bigger.
She's gonna open her eyes. Yeah, and I was trying to meditate, but you ruined it.
Well, I'm pretty big, Kazi.
How big?
His head sort of comes out of the shadows, and his neck, and the rest of him, and you can see he is now large.
Well, now it's gonna be hard to hide you.
Always looking on the bright side, that Kazi.
I feel like I have to eat about 10 times more.
Great. Well, you're gonna hunt it yourself. I hope you know that, right?
You want me to hunt in the Fey Woods?
Don't worry, just feed him the infinite amount of cheese that you apparently have.
It does sound like a bad idea for some reason, but I can't put my finger on it why. I guess maybe it's like I've been meditating so much and I feel like doctor's speaking to me. So I think he might be telling me it's a bad idea.
Well, what do I do?
What do?
You're asking me like I know. I have no idea. I don't know. I'll go or figure out if we can get more rations for you from the caravan.
Do you want me to hide again?
I don't know, honestly. Do you feel like you have to hide? The whole thing with hiding was to protect you, because a dragon and no idea how people are gonna react, but do you feel like you can protect yourself?
I think so.
Then I guess you don't really have to hide no more? You're gonna get lots of attention though.
Well, now you can finally ride on my back. Like a real dragon knight.
You're shitting me. I can do that?
I feel like I can carry you finally.
And as soon as he says that, she's already trying to get on top of him.
Yeah, like you get on top of him, but without a saddle.
Well, doesn't
Oh,
he have the armor?
You do have the armor. That's right. Yeah, so the armor does have a saddle on it. So yeah, as you get on his back, there's a saddle and everything. You can ride Malagos now, as the armor also grew with him.
I'm gonna try to fly him for a test drive.
All right, yeah, he unfolds his wings and runs a few feet, flaps and lifts off. And Kazi, you are flying.
And the whole camp can hear in the distance. Woohoo! This is awesome!
Yeah, you guys can hear that from your wherever you are.
I hear it from my dream.
Yes, we hear it in a dream.
So with that, we're gonna pause again and go back to the dream. So, well, are we going back to the dream? So Sarai, you wake up, and everybody's sort of standing over you, looking very concerned.
Oh, you all right?
What happened? Why is it so bright? And she takes the goggles and puts them back on real quickly. Where's Markus?
Oh, he's still asleep.
No. Marcus
Oh,
is,
no.
is awake.
Oh, they both woke up. Okay, cool.
No.
I'm awake.
Wait
No,
a minute.
they didn't wake up. This is still the dream,
Oh,
but act as if they did wake up.
This is a mind
Hey,
fuck.
yeah,
We're
you're
still
right.
fucking with them.
But act as if they're both awake, because they are. No, so this is still the dream. This is Sarai's dream, but you guys role play as if they're awake, and nothing happened.
You're up for quite some time. We need to get moving.
Have you heard of the Dream Eaters?
No.
Talking about.
Not to my knowledge.
Have we ever heard of? Have I ever heard anything like that?
No, in this particular instance, no, because you guys are going to be as ignorant as possible.
Oh, true. Okay.
Because this is the dream trying to like trick Sarai into thinking that it's not a dream.
No, I definitely don't know about that.
Right.
They eat dream spells?
Well, I don't know. Markus, are you alright?
Yes, I am fine.
I'm sorry, I should have known better.
What are you talking about, Sarai? I am completely fine.
It's not obvious that you're not in a dream, so it would answer appropriately, Marcus.
Yeah, man. You look like you had a pretty bad dream there, Butto.
Right. Well, I suppose we should get going. We have to make sure we get to the city as soon as possible and see if we can save the doctor.
Yeah, the caravan's all ready to go.
Yeah. So that
Where-
continues. Meanwhile, Marcus, you're kind of living life in repeat. As you go about your day getting ready to make the assassination of this girl, right before you kill her, something horrible happens and you make a mistake and you die for it. And then the day sort of rewinds to the beginning and you do it all over again. And you sort of keep changing it, thinking that next time you're going to do better. And it's been about 10 times now. And you
What
sort
is
of
this?
wake up for the 10th time.
What is this, Groundhog Day?
There's a knock on the door. Toon, toon, toon.
I open the door.
What, you just gonna let me out here in the cold? He pushes past you again.
I don't know. Maybe.
Why aren't you dressed?
Maybe I want to go in my pajamas.
I'll suit yourself. I got good news.
We got a job.
Yeah. And I got more money for it than they were wanting.
You don't say.
Yeah. We're gonna kill a girl. Not a bad job, I'd say.
What's the girl's name?
Didn't ask.
If you didn't ask, then how do you know that this is the right target?
I know what she looks like and where she's gonna be. That's all I need to know.
All right. What does she look like?
Dark hair, tall, resting bitch face, wearing armor, big fucking shield and sword.
Uh, why does that feel so familiar?
I don't know. She just came into town not that long ago. Maybe you saw her?
You know, I don't know what role I have to do, but can I roll to see if I can make the connection that this is Kazi?
Roll me an intelligence saving throw. Yeah, so something's off. Like, this is the 10th time this has happened. You remember all the previous attempts, but you don't remember the person beyond the fact that you met her trying to kill her. But as you sort of there's something in the back of your head that's kind of like tingling a bit. And as you try to push for it, your friend kind of like shakes you. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just let me think here for a sec.
All right, man. We don't have much time though.
Right. And I just continue thinking on it.
All right, yeah. Roll me another check, saving throw. I mean,
It was
yeah.
almost a 19.
Whatever it
Oh.
was, whatever that tingling was, it's gone.
All right.
It was just gas.
Just an upset tum tum.
All right. Gonna put on my armor and head out to this time to cast improved invisibility on myself and see if that works.
All right. So this goes on for what feels like eternity. Everything you try fails one way or another. And at about attempt 264, what would you like to do?
I'm just gonna put on my armor and just jump out the window before he can knock on the door.
All right, yeah. So your armor's on and you're out the window before he ever knocks.
Yeah. Gonna cast invisibility on myself and kind of just walk off.
All right, yeah, like you're real hardcore groundhogging it. So
Yeah.
you at this point you've probably flirted with the bartender like 10 times or something,
Yeah.
killed yourself, tried to do anything you could to get out of the loop. Where are you
Yeah.
going?
I'm invisible.
Yeah, you just invisible sitting or are you going somewhere?
Gonna go and
Sorry.
good
There was
question.
there was a
Sorry.
trap there was a trap in the fridge that just activated itself when Mary opened the door. My trap sprung. I didn't do it on purpose. I just put the drink in there. I didn't realize it was gonna fall.
You know what? I'm gonna head over to the Edgeville University. Just because inside and out of character, I don't know what that even does.
So you make your way to the university where it's a college for basically anything that you want to go to college for, just like normal colleges.
Right.
But yeah, you've got your bards going to bard college. You got your wizards going to wizard college. All that.
Right. Well, I'll just apply for the College of Lore and just decide to just make that whole bard thing official.
All right. Yeah, so you go to the college, you start taking courses,
I didn't die.
and you didn't die. But as you go to sleep, you wake up the next morning, and it's all the same again.
Fucking damn it.
This probably goes on for what feels like to you years.
All right.
When, as the door is about to be knocked on by your friend, as you're slowly drifting into insanity, it stops. It's all black as you wake up this time. You're back in the field, and sort of standing there is the individual that you saw before. White face, black eyes, shark teeth. It feels like
die
it's
that
been
time.
a long time.
I didn't die that time. In your face, you stupid cum-colored shark face jackass.
Have you been enjoying the dream, friends?
I'd like it to stop now.
Well, I can certainly provide that if you'd like.
I'm guessing that you're gonna want something in return.
I assume you want to give something for it to stop.
Give them a porn bag.
Say that again? You broke out.
I'm gonna reach into my backpack and give him a porn magazine.
Ah,
Oh,
belong
I
game.
don't want that.
Not into ladies?
Hmm.
I'm
Well,
guessing you swing the other way.
I suppose another 100 years in your dream will do you good.
Oh, joy.
He starts to
Can I try to
step
shoot him?
Yeah, you pull your gun out and you aim it at him. He stops moving away.
Bam. Does
As
that
you
hit?
fire at him, it just sort of goes through him. Wow. As intelligent as you are good looking.
Ouch.
Why, thank you.
Well, that answered your question.
Does he have anything on his clothes?
Nothing that you can see. Sort of plain looking.
Hmm.
So we'll pause there for a second. So about an hour passes. Everything for you, Sarai, feels fine. Like nothing weird is happening. You're living your life normal. You're going down the road. So for the rest of you outside, though, he's doing the ritual on Sarai first. Edels has got the candles all lit around her, is chanting some words that you don't quite recognize, wafting incense around, and it seems to be doing something as Sarai is kind of convulsing a little every now and then on the ground. Blood kind of coming out of her eyes every now and then.
What kind of shit is this?
And eventually, it does manage to pull Sarai out. Sarai, as you're sort of walking, all of a sudden the sensation of falling happens, and you wake up. Edels is kind of over you, waving some incense around your head.
Oh, what happened?
You were stuck in a dream.
By the nine, where's Markus?
Still stuck in a dream.
How did you get me out?
A ritual that my village knows.
Well,
It helps with sleep paralysis.
he's still in there. Get him out.
He'll start telling you all
What
what to
happened?
do. Putting like Markus kind of in the spot Sarai was, carrying him over if you guys do. And he'll
Yep.
start going on that, which will take another hour. But you guys can talk now.
Instead of him like wafting the fans and whatnot, I'm gonna just take the wind a little bit and just start wafting it around in like a circular pattern. Just
Okay.
to do your job. Just focus. I'll focus on this.
All right. He does.
I was foolish, is what happened. Why is there blood coming out of my eyes? Who took off my goggles?
Well, we had to make sure you were okay. So
All right. I'm sorry. Just need those back. Thank you. How long did it take for me to come out?
About an hour.
1 hour.
Yeah, the ritual takes about an hour.
Quite some time. I'm sorry I've made everyone late. Hopefully this doesn't make our journey much longer than it needs to be.
It's fine, but what happened? Why were you
Well,
stuck?
I once again forgot myself and how weakened I am, and thought I was strong enough to do something which I really should not have stuck my face into.
Hmm.
It seems to be a
Can
real
I-
problem for our group, doesn't it?
Apparently, problem of which I am not immune.
I don't think
Just
anyone's
hope-
immune from mistakes.
Well, I need to be.
What's going on with Markus?
Well, he's trapped in there with some creature known as a dream eater.
Now, do we know what these are, Gil? Yes. So Kazi particularly knows, as she has the most experience, but everyone else has maybe some inclination of what might be causing this, having heard about this before and maybe even experiencing it to a degree. Lucas in particular probably knows.
Yeah, he knows a little bit, but not a whole lot. He didn't get a full explanation.
Right.
It was more like he experienced it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Kazi knows the most, I think.
Oh, would Sarai
Kazi's
know? Oh, sorry.
currently riding a dragon. So every now and then, everyone still can hear wee.
Whee!
Would Sarai know something of them, considering her personal experience with dreams?
Yeah, you know that the verge where you go when you dream is a dangerous place, which is why sleep is so dangerous.
Mhm.
So could have been any creature in the verge. To limit it down to one particular one is hard, but you did hear conversations of an entity called Slade that seems to have been plaguing Kazi particularly.
Well, this creature right now has got. Well, he's separated Markus and myself. And then. Well, then he was trying to keep me preoccupied. I have no idea what he's been doing to Marcus this entire time. Probably thought that I was a lost cause, considering that I won't make a deal with him. I just hope that Marcus's resolve is the same. Is there anything I can do to make this speed up faster?
Edel says, No, I'm sorry, I'm going as quick as I can.
Alright,
Sometimes
alright.
it resolves itself quicker than others.
I'll leave you to your work and not make it longer.
He
I need
nods.
some air. And she sort of stumbles out of the where they're at.
Right.
Lucas is going to be paying attention to the ritual that Edels is performing.
Sure, roll me just an intelligence check.
Oh boy, I'm great at these.
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
I'd like to do the same if possible.
Sure, roll me an intelligence check as well.
I would like to head down to the Temple of Soul and cast.
Oh,
And
I'm sorry,
cast-
that was a save, so that's a flat 9 for me.
and cast Talking Heads on the main preacher there.
No, it wasn't a save, it was just a check.
Yeah, that's he accidentally.
So
did it.
if we're in the room watching the ritual, are we all making checks?
No, only if you want to try to figure out how to follow it.
Oh.
Like he's
I'm just
trying
looking at the
to
intent.
he's trying to remember how to do it, right? Is that what you're doing, Lucas?
Yes, sorry. I didn't realize that was a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. So you're just trying to remember how to do it. So
Yeah.
it's complicated. The words he says. You're going to be like what Ash from Evil Dead. Nectar. Just sort of
Just stand
mumbling
there
it.
and not know what to say, just mumbling through it.
Just sort of mumbling to it. Yeah, like he did in Army of the Dead. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
Yeah. No, I got you. I'm just curious. Can I make 2 checks to see if I can catch it because he's doing it twice, or should we just leave it?
Sure. No, I'll let you roll for the second time. Yeah. So the first time you're just like kind of freaked out, maybe a little bit more than normal because of seeing your 2 friends unconscious.
Right, not really paying attention because I don't even know if this is going to work.
Right. So yeah, you kind of just hear you hear the words, but you don't internalize them. So you're just kind of like, he said some words. They sounded
He said
cool.
something. I like your funny words, Magic Man.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
All right, so we'll see if the second one's any better here.
I'm
Yep.
attempting to study it as well, if I can again.
Nope.
You can. Anybody that wants to try to memorize it and study it,
Come on. No, God.
yeah, it's just
We have the
overly
best
complicated
rolls
for you
today.
guys.
Oh.
It's just
Well, for
overly
shits and giggles,
complicated.
I want to do it.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to try.
Wait, Thork just do it?
Thork is
Yeah.
better and he has disadvantage.
And a -1.
And
Why do you have
minus one.
disadvantage, Thork?
Is he still like poisoned or something?
He probably has like a head wound or something.
Oh, it's
I've still got exhaustion.
exhaustion. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Nope.
Brick makes smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I think
cool.
I'm just too caught up in making this incense swirl around the room.
That's
It's just doing it all by like magic and just having fun with it, like getting real into it.
Yeah, basically.
Do a little dance maybe as it's happening. You think that maybe helps the ritual? Dancing helps the ritual. Yeah.
Sure, why not?
So Marcus, instead of the horrible reoccurring nightmare, instead now the nightmare's changed. The nightmare's changed to what would probably be whatever Marcus would consider his worst day ever.
Shooting that priestess.
So yeah, you're locked in. Like you're not controlling your body. You're in autopilot. You're literally just along for the ride. You know what's going to happen. You know you should stop it. You know that it's going to end badly for you. But there's nothing you can do. You're just stuck, locked in on autopilot, unable to say anything, unable to do anything apart from what you already say and do during the day. And as this continues, day after day after day, the man in black visits you again as you're sort of an autopilot, just kind of walking along with you as you're walking, and says, "Well, isn't this a lovely day for a stroll?"
Am I able to talk?
No, not really. You could think, say whatever you want in your head.
Muffled grunts.
Mhm.
Would you like control again? I bet you would.
I'm just gonna ignore him.
I can give it to you.
Pretending that I am just on autopilot and cannot hear him.
I don't even want anything from you.
Good.
You just have to tell me you want it.
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Well, we'll see about that. It might be fun having two voices in your head for the rest of eternity, telling you what to do, making you do it. I can get rid of him too.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
If you're sure.
Get bent.
Well, we'll see how you enjoy it. I'm sure Watcher will be very displeased when he finds out that you made a deal with me.
I
Or
did
at
no
least
such thing.
thinks you made a deal with me. I mean, after all, you don't have to make a deal with me. You just have to look like you're making a deal with me.
Eh, it'll recover. The relationship will recover eventually.
But will Lucas let you live?
I don't think Lucas has a say in the matter.
Oh, he has voices in his head too.
Really now?
Really?
What, does his sword talk to him?
You'd be surprised. Hasn't he seemed a little off?
Off in what way?
Moody.
He's always been moody.
Has he? Or has it just been since he got the sword?
No, he was rather moody before.
Hmm. Moody enough to shatter your arm 3 times?
Healed.
I suppose.
Even if he didn't, I would've.
Alright, final offer then. And then I'll let you go. I can bring Doc back.
I already got a handle on it.
Do you?
Yes.
And what is your plan?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Oh, I already do. You plan to try to resurrect him.
Maybe.
And what if I already own his soul and don't let it go?
Well, all you have said has been bare half-truths so far, so...
Is it?
Yes.
If you say so. So no then?
I will hear your offer, but I make no promises that I will accept.
That's fine. All I want is a favor down the line. Nothing major. Something real small.
You're gonna have to make your deal a little less vague than that.
When I ask next time in your dream for you to do something for me that doesn't harm you or your friends, you have to accept.
And what is this favor?
I don't know yet. But if it would hurt you or your friends, you don't have to do it.
No deal. I'm not gonna give you a blank check.
Good. It's good to know who's not the weak link in the group.
Oh, do you mind fucking off a bit?
Oh, you'll be in here for the rest of your life.
I doubt it.
I had no plans of letting you go. So it's about at this point that you do wake up as the ritual is finished.
There he is.
Sir's tenacious.
Oh, you're finally awake there.
Yes, I
Welcome
am
back.
awake.
Markus, is he awake?
Yes.
Markus, I'm so sorry. Markus, she's like thinking about hugging you, but not actually. And she just kind of stops, kind of like right at the edge, and goes, "Markus, would you be able to forgive me?"
Sure, just no more dreams.
Understood.
Edels kind of starts coughing real violently as he kind of looks a little pale, a little sick.
Are you alright?
My elders said that it took energy to help people. I didn't think it would take that much out of me to help two people, but it seems that it took more than I thought it would. I'll be all right. He kind of tries to stand up, but sort of like does this half stand, half fall.
I'll help them.
We'll help him. Yeah, Lucas will help him up as well.
Thank you.
It's no problem. I'm just glad you're both safe. He sort of smiles a little weak at you. I'll be
I'm going
okay. I just
to-
need to eat some breakfast.
Because Sarai is Sarai, she's going to insight check him.
Sure.
Can I medicine check him to see if it's like damage or exhaustion or whatever?
Yeah, roll me a medicine check. Yeah, so he just seems kind of exhausted. Sort of like
All
he's
right.
taken a few levels of exhaustion in one go. And Sarai, he does seem to be genuine.
Thank you, Edels. You should really get yourself some rest.
No worries. I got a cart to sit in, so it's not going to be too much problems.
Yeah, we'll get
Good.
some food in you first, and then we'll get you set up.
Don't trouble yourself. It's really nothing.
Well, you've done me and Markus a service. We should repay that service.
Well, just having people that like me is enough. Mom always said, "Do your best, and you'll make good friends." So
She sounds like
Right.
she's a lovely woman.
she was.
I'm sorry.
Do I
Too
feel
many
the
people
connection?
die.
Do I feel the connection between myself and Watcher?
You do.
All right. I'm gonna walk over to Sarai and tell her that asshole put me in a near infinite Groundhog Day.
I'm so sorry. He largely left me alone, trying to make me believe that I was awake, but I think that was because he knew that I wasn't going to give him what he wanted. But
Yeah.
I'm afraid that meant that you were the prime target then.
Mm.
I'm so sorry. By the 9! If only I had my power.
He tried to ask me for multiple favors, but I told him to get bent.
Well, then you were correct in doing so. You are a very wise man, Markus. At
Mm.
least when it comes to dealing with entities such as that.
Mm. I did, however, offer him a porn magazine one time, but he didn't take it.
Well, that sort of gesture, thankfully, would be relatively harmless.
Yes.
I suppose if you want to play card games, we can do that in reality.
And it's at this point that Edels actually finishes the ritual.
What?
uh,
Some dude named Jeff just wakes up and from a coma. It's just
so yeah, it's at this point that Sarai, you actually wake up. And
What?
so yeah, I was just fucking with you guys. So
Mm.
so yeah, Sarai, now you actually do wake up. Um yeah, well, that's what happens when you start fucking with people's dreams, man. So Sarai, this is the second time that you're opening your eyes as like Edels is over you, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face. To the rest of you, you've been in this room as Edels has been cutting his hands, bleeding into bowls, whispering enchantment magic over this unconscious person. These candles' flames are flickering as Sarai's body has been convulsing. Blood coming out of her eyes, mouth. She's been convulsing. It's probably at this point that someone would have fetched Kazi as all of this is happening. So
Abduction.
Kazi, you've been brought in, told that Sarai is not doing good, and you're kind of here now at this point. And you can see Edels is sweating. Like, he looks like he's about to die. His skin is so pale and taunt, and sweat just pouring down him as he is trying to help her with whatever magics he's using. And you kind of wake up at this point, and he kind of falls back, breathing heavily as Sarai, you wake up.
Oh,
Am
oh,
I
by
awake?
the 9.
No, Markus, you're still talking to Sarai in the dream.
Oh.
What? Oh no. She was down to Adels. Are you alright?
He kind of coughs up some blood and says, "I'll live. I have to help your friend." And he starts to move over to where Markus is. Markus looks worse than Edels does. He's so pale and gaunt and looks almost like the life is being sucked out of him.
You can't help him in that state. Lucas, can you heal him or something?
yes, no, I'm on it. I'll dump my lay on hands in him, so it'd be 25, but I don't know if that'll help with it. Whatever exhaustion he has, it'll help at least physically.
Yeah, so physically he's a little drained. So you lay your hands on him and heal him up a little, and the healing does seem to help a little. Kind of seems to get some energy coming back to him as he kind of stands up and moves over to Markus and begins doing exactly what he was doing with Sarai. So Sarai, you can see what sort of toll it takes. He kind of puts one hand onto Marcus's chest, and the other hand he uses with like gesticulation with his fingers and stuff. And you can watch as his body starts to rock back and forth. his face getting even paler, and Markus starts now convulsing and having sort of seizure-like activity, blood coming out of his nose, out of his eyes, out of his ears even. And you can watch the two start to chant.
Hey, Sarai, do you feel strange? I'm getting a weird feeling here.
Just define strange, she says as she's sort of checking where she's bleeding from, or was bleeding from.
Well, it feels like somebody is pressing down on my chest. What a strange sensation.
I'm not seeing anything. Of course, usually I can detect magic, but I'm not detecting any sort of magical entities pressing on you. Of course, who knows in this forest?
Right. Oh well.
Would you like to hitch a ride on one of the carts and we can play some cards?
Sure. I go onto the cart and start playing cards.
So for everyone that's in the room with Markus, you can see what you saw earlier, kind of where in the middle of Edel's forehead, a sort of symbol appears. It looks like runes of some sort. And same runes appear, one over each finger that's on Markus's chest, and one over the middle of his palm. As he's kind of got his hand pressed there, it kind of glows a little as Edel's chants some words in a language that none of you understand. I don't believe, at least.
Well, let's see.
So
I know Abyssal, Celestial, Common, and Infernal.
I know common. Oh.
Sorry,
okay,
Markus.
well, no, I need to test this really quick. So Markus, you can understand some of it, but it's very odd. When you're not there, you're also in a dream.
Start
Sarai,
hearing words.
Sarai, as you're sort of listening to this, you can tell that it's a mixture of like celestial and infernal. It's like the two letters and the vocabulary of it is mashed together in this hodgepodge. You can't, like, it's different reading it. If it were to be written out, you could translate the letter by letter basically and kind of figure out what it is. But spoken, it's so jarring. It takes you a moment to kind of process what's being said, and you don't quite understand what it is. Though you imagine, given time and effort, you could maybe figure out what it was, but you would have to hear it a few times and probably for like a couple of hours. But you can make out that it's a mixture of the two languages. And as he's sort of chanting it, we'll start with Kazi. Kazi, what would you like to do? As you've not really seen what happened to Sarai, but you're seeing what's happening to Markus. What would you like to do?
What the fuck is going on? She would basically ask the closest person or anyone.
It's he's helping Markus.
What exactly is wrong with Markus? Like, I know there's a lot of things wrong with
He's
him.
trapped in a dream. Kazi, what do you know about this dream eater Slade?
Oh, that asshole. Yeah, I don't recommend.
Yes, well, despite your recommendations, I'm afraid that Markus is currently trapped with him. as was I.
Well, it was nice knowing you, Marcus. So
Don't
we're
give up
supposed to...
on him yet, Kazi.
Dude, this dude in black, this asshole, he murdered my entire village. Tried to murder me. Well, he actually did, but I got brought back by a god, I guess. Anyways, if he wants Marcus, Marcus is his.
Seems like our friend Eddles here, or your friend Eddles here, seems to be staking his own claim.
Oh,
Apparently, it worked
Kazi,
on me.
just to remind you, I still have the dragon mat piece.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can take it off your body. That
Wow.
doesn't matter.
Kazi's
Dick
loyalty
move,
is very
Kazi.
strong.
Dick move.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure if Kazi knows that, but I think she did hear some glimpses that Slade might be some kind of entity back from the visitation times that stayed over here.
Yes.
Yeah, so she would also say that about him. He's smart. He must be, because he somehow stayed and remained hidden for a very long time. But he seems to be active lately.
So after another 30 minutes or so of this ritual, eventually Edels finally does wake you up, Marcus.
What's going on?
You were trapped in a dream, friend. You're all right now.
Is this a dream?
As far as I know, it's not. But then again, that didn't help last time.
Hides back a knife.
I feel like I went through this twice.
Well, maybe he was trying to trick you or lure you into a sense of feeling safe?
Maybe. I made my position pretty clear on his offer.
Good. I was hoping that was remaining consistent.
I told him to get bent.
And then you offered him a porn magazine.
So that wasn't a dream.
No, that was the dream. Of course, he could make us together or apart, I suppose.
My head is spinning.
Don't I know it?
Is this our actual reality now, Gil?
Yes. Yes, this is
Okay.
it. Finally. Or is it? Dun dun dun. 5 sessions later, we're gonna come back to
Right,
this.
5 sessions later.
Finally,
2 levels higher.
Edels wakes you up from your dream.
Launch back.
In fact, we're all sleeping. That's why.
That's exactly what I want out of this campaign, for you to question whether you're awake or asleep the whole time. Maybe you never woke up. Maybe you're still in fucking Edgeville.
Maybe my friend isn't actually dead. Who knows?
Who knows? But what were you gonna ask him, Sarai?
Oh, just she's gonna check and see how he is.
He looks worse than the first time that he looked bad. Like, he looks sicker.
Mm-hmm.
But he's eating something now. Like, he pulled out some rations and starts fucking devouring them.
Right.
Thank you.
I start bolstering him.
Yeah, he accepts all the help.
Adults, where did you learn how to do that?
He takes a second to finish chewing and he swallows. My grandmother and the village I lived in, we didn't have wizards and sorcerers. We lived in a small little part of nowhere, so if something bad happened, we had to take care of it ourselves. And my grandmother knew old magics taught by her grandmother and her grandmother all the way back. My mother was still learning, so eventually she taught me what grandmother had taught her. And my grandmother taught me as much as she knew, because unfortunately my mother couldn't bear children beyond me. My grandmother always said it was because she married a human.
So is Edo's a half elf?
He doesn't look half elf.
What are you? What are you? What?
My
As a person who's
mother
half some. So yeah, he's.
my mother's an Azamar.
Are those normal around Edgeville?
No. Like, there are a few people that are Azamar, but they're not super common as far as you know of.
Okay.
You think you could teach us some of this old magic? When you get better.
I don't know. Do any of you have the blood of the divine in you?
I think so?
Off.
I don't know where half my blood comes from, so possible, maybe not.
If you have the blood of the divine, then maybe. It
Alright.
tires me out because I'm only half Asmar.
Depends on what you mean by divine, I suppose.
Well, my grandmother
Well,
never mentioned anyone of your ilk performing the rituals, but I suppose we could give it a shot. The language is partly from your people,
I know, I heard.
and it's partly from our people. So perhaps.
I only really understood half of what you were saying, but what would happen if a full Azuma would use it?
Well, my grandmother never was tired, and my mother was never tired. Afterwards, they could perform it many times and had no problem.
Alright.
Though you only know half the language, I'd have to teach you the other half.
Alright.
I think it'll take some time anyway. I tried my best to
Mm.
follow what you were doing, but I couldn't keep up.
Well, one does not simply learn an ancient ritual in a day, I suppose.
Yes.
How appropriate are the saying?
I'll let
I'm
you
happy.
rest, and then, after that, let's see how far we can go with this. If you don't mind.
Sure. I'm more than happy to teach whoever wants to learn. I don't
Out of
know if
ca-
it will come with a cost to any of you.
I won't turn down an opportunity to learn language.
When I rest, then I'll teach you. It might come
Yes,
in
well,
handy.
you should rest first. You've been through a lot.
He sort of stands up, dusts himself off, and will go to his cart.
So, question, Gil.
Mm-hmm.
Out of character. Since my
Everyone,
weapons,
really quickly, sorry, but thank for the raid, whoever raided us. Just saw that, so hello, and thank you,
cool.
Zynar01. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. And what was your question there, buddy?
I know that you said that my character was descendant of Luna. Would it be would I know whether or not this would constitute as a descendant of divine blood or something?
You wouldn't be 100% sure, but you could lean more towards confident that it might. Yeah.
Right.
You never know anything for sure. For all you know, you're
Yeah.
still fucking asleep. So back to the sort of turn order here. Now that all that's happened, Markus is awake, Sarai is awake. Kazi, what would you like to do after all that's resolved? Everybody's kind of getting ready to leave again, getting all packed up and stuff.
So Malagos is big, and I can fly on him.
Yeah, Malagos is sort of probably somewhere in the distance.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations on almost dying.
I don't think she almost died. I think we managed things pretty well. And that
Sure.
would make travel a lot easier for you now, Kazi.
Sorry, I did not assume that you guys are doing something stupid.
No, that's fair. I did something very foolish, and I apologize. I put myself and Marcus at incredible risk, and I didn't understand how limited my power was.
I don't think the problems with your power. I think the problems with the slate. So don't blame yourself.
No, the problem is. Never mind. Never mind.
I can't imagine how much you're going to need to feed now. Wow, big dragon.
Yeah, Malagos will walk over and sort of spread his wings nice and wide, showing off.
I'm gonna go ahead and, since we finished the long rest, say that I had time to re-prepare some of my spells while I was watching over Sarai during the ritual.
Awesome. Markus, anything in particular you would like to do now that you're awake or not awake?
I would probably whisper to Watcher, wow, what a surreal experience.
I thought you were gone for a while, friend.
Can't get rid of me that easily.
I suppose it's a good thing that we have Edels in the group.
Yes. The convenience of that gives me a mild suspicion, though.
Suspicion of what?
I don't know. I might be overthinking it.
Soul watches over you. As I do.
Hmm.
Trust in
Right.
his judgment.
After that, he's gonna start giving everyone in the caravan inspiring leadership.
Okay. Gaelus, what would you like to do?
I feel like if everybody's all right, he is probably just gonna make himself useful. I don't really think there's anything for him to really do right now. So yeah, make himself useful to the caravan. See if anybody needs help.
Okay. And Lucas, anything in particular you would like to do?
Nope, just packing up and good to go.
All right. Sarai, anything in particular you would like to do?
She's going to try to focus on getting the caravan going as quickly as possible and not think about all the things that happened. Or try her
Right.
best not to.
Yeah, once Sebastian knows that you guys are no longer in danger and ready to leave and skedoodle, he'll start ordering everyone to pack up and get going.
I also want to tell Watcher that I told that white-faced freak to get bent.
Maybe not the wisest decision to anger entities that are more powerful than you, Markus,
Mm.
but funny all the same. So you didn't make a deal with it?
No, I didn't.
That surprises me.
Mm. I did offer it a porn magazine, though. He didn't accept it.
But why didn't you accept the deal? I'm sure it offered lots of things that would be in your interest.
I didn't trust it enough to actually go through with it.
Hmm. Watcher doesn't say anything else.
Hmm.
Just sort of goes quiet.
All right.
But yeah. Thork, anything you would like to do after all this?
It would just be pacing back and forth.
Can we fucking go? Can we fucking go now? What about now? Can we fucking go now?
Exactly.
There's a groove where he's been walking back and forth.
Sort of scratching himself as he can't have booze.
This is going to be the end of it.
Oh yeah, so this is second day of your 13 days of sobriety.
This is only the second
It's only
day.
a second.
Sorry, my fault.
Hmm.
Does it? Ken, why it's not working, or is it just you gotta get drunk?
I guess like you wouldn't really understand why it's happening. You're just like you drink and then nothing happens.
Oh well. I think the never-ending one still works.
Yeah, your never-ending like jug just fills and fills and fills, but it tastes like water and just doesn't get you drunk. And even if you grab bottles of alcohol that are not from your never-ending mug, it is the same. Wine tastes like water. Beer tastes like water. Whiskey tastes like water. Everything just tastes like water. The water tastes like trees.
And the trees are speaking Vietnamese.
To any Vietnamese out there, I apologize.
Aren't they a
Yeah,
communist
I'd love to
country?
speak tree language.
I've
Yes.
already covered ourselves with that disclaimer.
The shrubs are speaking
yeah,
British.
we
I'm
covered
not
ourselves
trusting
with
it.
that. Yeah, we covered ourselves already with the disclaimer. It's fine.
Mm.
So yeah, you try to get drunk, but don't. Jahan, anything in particular you would like to do as you set out?
Nope. Just nope. I'm good.
All right. So as you guys begin traveling again, a few days pass with no problem. No issues arise. No fighting. No monsters. No orcs. Not a peep of anything. Seems all the excitement has come to a conclusion on this trip, at least for now. And it's on about the 5th day that something interesting happens. As you are traveling, you are coming around a bend in the road. And as the bend starts to straighten out, you can see something miraculous. A city.
Finally.
A walled city. The city is large. The walls sublime. It is probably the nicest place you've seen in a long time. Edgeville is a big, large city, but at the end of the day, it's not a very nice city. It's sort of like a metropolis, kind of like Baldur's Gate in a way. But this place is beautiful. It is a mixture of nature and city. One moment and I will give you a map. I just have to find it.
On our way there, I'm going to be preparing a spell, or ritual for various telepathic bonds.
Oh, cool.
Just in case we get, or we need to talk out of earshot.
Oh, yes, a red square with a question mark in it.
There it is.
Yeah, it's probably loading still.
Oof, nice. So this is Ereglad.
Here we go.
So you guys are at the very south part here where the gate is, but you're still a distance away from the actual gate.
The Beholder's Eye Beauty Salon. I love it.
So as you guys are approaching the sort of large wall or the gate, you can see that there's no guards on the outside of the gate. Sort of the top of the gate, you can see two windows where there are guards standing and looking down. As you approach, they sound a horn that sort of echoes throughout the city. As the caravan approaches the wall of the city, the gate doesn't open to greet you. Instead, it stays closed.
Okay.
Your caravan stops like maybe 200 feet from the actual city wall and the gate, and Sebastian will come find you all and say, "Seems we've arrived a little bit ahead of schedule."
Well, that's good to know.
Certainly unusual to get here as quickly as we did, but I'm glad that we did given the situation. The elves probably won't even let us in, much less talk to us. Do you have someone that might hold some weight here?
Oh, I think we have precisely the one that holds weight here.
I push Jahan forward.
Oi. Yes, quite. I'll go speak with him.
You should have already known, brother.
And so I'll step away from the caravan and begin walking towards the gate with a hand up.
Is anyone going with him?
I'll follow.
I'll go
I will
alongside
not.
him.
Or why not?
So yeah, Jahan, you approach, and as you do, with your hand up, the elves sort of look down at you, and as you get like within speaking distance, one of them calls out and goes, "It seems the traitor has returned."
Oh, wince.
Ooh.
What?
Ah. Explain yourself.
Explain yourself. What are you doing on the outside of the city? You know that all elves were supposed to remain within, Prince.
I was sent on an urgent matter, and I have returned.
This news has not come to me.
Why would it? You are but a guard. Bring Aegis himself forward.
The news as it is now, you're a traitor, signed by the council.
What?
Why should I fetch anyone?
I am still your prince, and son of the queen.
For now.
And where is the trial? If I am suspected, I return.
The other guard that's sort of there mutters something to him, too quiet for you to hear. And the other guard will say, "No trial yet. Evidence is being brought against you. I heard they were even looking for someone to go find you. But fine, if you're here to return, I'll notify the council immediately."
Bring Aegis forth.
He doesn't say anything, he walks away, but the other guard will say, "I will fetch Aegis for you."
Why does the I whisper to Jahan, why does the council hold
We should
more
have
claim to hold more power than the queen?
We should have the telepathic bond up. Hopefully. Did I get to finish the
Yeah,
ritual?
yeah. I if you would have cast that before you went up, that's absolutely doable. That's fine.
Repeat your question one more time, Marcus.
Why does why does it seem like the council has more power than the queen?
Well, I guess a lot can change in a few days away. I expected to be confronted a little bit, as it's true, elves are not meant to leave Ereglad, but it's a little odd that they're still talking to me in such a way. I didn't realize they could all turn so quickly.
You would have recognized the second one that talked to you probably more than the first one. So the first one definitely had this sort of attire of a guard who works for Aegis. The other one did not. He looked like he was dressed more for a guard that works for the council.
Hmm.
Uh,
Why did those two have two completely different sets of uniforms?
different loyalties.
In the same city, that can only go well.
Your city seems to be like a place that's about to implode any minute now.
Marcus, I have. But all we can do now is wait. Aegis will set things right.
I will walk up because I got impatient.
Okay.
I'm like, and I'll, Jahan,
Yes.
what's happening? It's taking forever to get inside. This isn't normal. You're a prince.
And also a traitor, evidently.
I'm sorry.
The council noticed my absence quicker than I was hoping they would. And there seems to have been some rumors spread throughout amongst the guards. It seems we're going to have a little bit more opposition than I was hoping.
Okay. This is odd. I didn't think things were this bad. When did they get this bad?
Who can say, little brother? That's what we need to speak to Aegis for. They'll be bringing him forward.
Are you speaking in my mind or are you speaking out? Because I think I spoke to you like in verbally.
I'll speak to you verbally.
Okay. Sometimes it's like when you say brother, I was like, they don't know that. You have to be careful. Remember.
Right. Forgive me.
Yeah, luckily both guards were out of earshot and we're not even up there anymore to hear you, so.
Pretty distracted.
You have good reason to be. Even more of reason to be more careful.
Well, getting the caravan inside Ereglad may be a challenge, but if there's any
Don't they get
chance-
caravans all the time? I mean, surely they open their doors to a caravan when it comes.
Ereglad is very idiosyncratic.
Well, then how does
Feel
this
here.
caravan even get started in the first place? Do they have a plan if we weren't here?
Out of character, because this is me trying to remember. The caravans get set outside the gates.
Yeah. So the caravan, it hasn't always been like this. Like, the elves have always been somewhat xenophobic and like reluctant to trade with others and reluctant to tell things about themselves. So, like, even a human who's known an elf their whole life may not know everything about that elf or the elf's culture or anything about Ereglad or anything about the elves in general, but, like, that elf would be friends with him. Elves sort of compartmentalize. Like, if they meet a human and they like that human, they may talk to that human, but they won't tell them everything about themselves or the elves. And you guys would know very little about elves if you're not an elf. Even half elves don't know very much about elves, because half elves generally are an elf falling in love with another person and then having that child and then telling them nothing about elven culture, because it's the law of the elves not to tell non-elves about elven culture. So half elves, like Gaelus, for instance, you would imagine would be pretty shunned by elves, even though he's a
But
half elf. But Gaelus is
would
an exception
okay.
because of who your mother is,
Hmm.
But
and
the
the
other
fact
elf
that she doesn't, necessarily care, like, that you're half elf. Like, your mother and her people are kind of different. They're the minority of the elves. They are less xenophobic than a majority of the elves. And that's kind of why the council wants her gone. It's one of the reasons, beyond just being power hungry assholes. So, yes, in the past, caravans would come and would deliver goods as normal inside the city. But lately, the elves have been more xenophobic, guided by the council's sort of hatred of what's happening. And so the caravans haven't been allowed inside the gates. But
I'd
people do the
imagine,
trade outside the gates and stuff like that. The elves will come out, do trade, and then come back in.
yeah, I'm guessing out of character that the elves would have a somewhat of a panic attack if they found out that there was a changeling inside of Ereglad.
Yeah, like, that's so, like, even currently there are other races inside of Ereglad, but it's only because they can't necessarily go, okay, everybody that's inside of Ereglad that's lived here for a while, get the fuck out. It's the only reason that everybody that's an elf in Ereglad is not booted out of Ereglad. That, and because they've, like, greased the council's palms, probably.
Right. But still.
But yeah, changelings inside the city would be like one of those things that they wouldn't really like.
Like, torches and pitchforks is what I'm imagining.
Right, and I think that you would be well enough and aware of this that
Right.
probably you might want to remain hidden.
Yeah, I'm still elf.
Changelings are generally, like, hated everywhere in Devamu. It's only Ereglad, like Edgeville, that changelings are more open, because
Right.
in Edgeville, all monsters are allowed as long as you follow the laws within the city.
Right. But I'm still putting on the changeling form just to smooth over, relationships.
Yeah, which will probably definitely help.
Yeah.
You could even make the excuse of, like, I heard what was happening and I've come home, brother,
Yeah.
or something. That you know nothing about elven culture, so that might be hard to
Right.
pass as an elf.
Yeah.
If you got it if they were just looking at you and passing you in the street, you'd be fine. But if you ever got into a conversation with an elf, like a real one, it might be hard for you.
Just keep all the cards close to my chest. I'd
Oh,
be a natural.
oh yes, the great mother who birthed us all, hallowed be thy name. So yeah, after while you guys are waiting, Kazi, do you want to do anything? Are you, like, with the rest of the group just waiting as well? And where is Malagos? Is he in the Shadow Realm, or is he out in public?
Well, it's up to him.
Well, he would ask you what you would what you would think. Should I show myself to the elves who have a deep hatred of shadow dragons?
No, I already told him I don't think at all he should be showing himself, especially in this situation, but he can do whatever he wants. I'm not gonna tell him.
Well, you're not his boss, but he would ask you. So yeah, he'll stay hidden then.
He'll stay in the Shadow Realm and start playing Duel Monsters.
Yeah. It's time to duel, and I summon my Blue Eyes White Dragon card in face down attack mode, or something. I don't know. It's been a long time since I played Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
Face down attack mode.
Yes, I don't know. Is that a thing?
No.
Technically,
Like,
but
get an
yeah.
attack if it's a face down mode.
I don't know. It's been a long time since I played Yu-Gi-Oh. I was a little kid when it came out.
Yeah.
I guess
Me
I wasn't
too.
that young.
It's been a while for me as well.
Anyways,
Yeah.
now he's dueling in the Shadow Realm. But do you want to do anything, Kazi, while you're waiting?
No,
Okay.
I think I'm good.
Markus, anything you would like to do while you're waiting?
Not much.
Okay. Does anyone have anything they would like to do while they're waiting?
No. I'm just gonna fiddle with my signet ring. So
Okay. Anyone
I think
else?
I'll put my cloak's hood up, and that's about it.
All right. So, if anyone wants to do anything, now's your chance. If not, I'll move on. Cool. So, after about an hour or so of waiting at the gate will open, and stepping out is an elf who is fairly battle scarred. He has scars that kind of go across his face. He is wearing heavy plate armor, and he sort of walks with an air of confidence. He's fairly handsome for an elf, with striking looks.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's just that it's locked movement. I guess you can control the token for some reason. But yeah, he has sort of light blue eyes and well kept, short, white hair. And he kind of approaches you all. And you both, Gaelus and Jahan, would recognize this as Aegis.
Let's in a deep.
Jahan, welcome back. It seems that you brought a good accompaniment. Are these your friends?
They are. They are.
He kind of looks around expectantly. Like, you can tell he looks like he's looking for someone in particular. And the king?
The king tasked them to take a stead.
He sort of looks at each one of you now like a little bit more in earnest. Like he was glancing at all of you before, being polite, sort of smiling and nodding to each of you, but like he didn't look at any of you. And now as he's looking at all of you, he kind of looks at you first, Kazi, gives you a look up and down, then Markus, then at you, Gaelus. Then his eyes
Hello.
sort of pass past you and looks at Lucas, but then he looks back at you and goes, Gaelus?
I guess, yeah, because I was like, fuck you. Okay. Pull my hood down. It's like, yes, Aegis, it's me.
Well, I certainly didn't expect to see you here. Not that it's
I-
a bad surprise.
expect to see myself here, honestly. Been a weird turn of events.
I had sent a letter to you. I hadn't received anything back yet. I had assumed it was just due to the issues going on here.
I haven't received any letters from any of you in a couple months, honestly. Like, I haven't. None of you. Because he's about to mention his sister, but he's like, I can't do that. Yeah, I haven't gotten any letters from anyone. I didn't know what was happening, which is also partially why I came, because, worried and at the past of certain someone.
He kind of looks behind him. The gate's still open. You can see that there's like maybe 7 or 8 guards standing there, sort of in the gateway. He says we can talk more about this perhaps later in private. But I'm glad to see you. Well, I was expecting the king in this matter, but I suppose if the king is sending you all, then you must be worth something.
They'll show themselves, Aegis.
They're quite capable, actually.
What's with the hesitation in the guard?
Well, the council's has ordered the guards to arrest you on sight.
Very well. I won't stir the pot any more than it has already been stirred. Yet, will my allies be able to come in and seek refuge within the city?
You needn't worry, son. I've already made sure that all of you will be allowed inside the city, including your caravan.
Thank you very much.
It was a hard swing to pull, but I managed to get it done.
That's good, at least with some of the information that we know.
Well, we can, as I said, speak more and privately about everything that's going on. For now, I came here to speak to you to find out what the caravan's doing here exactly.
Well, they're here to trade, of course.
We hadn't gotten word that there was going to be a caravan coming this way at all.
It was difficult to get word out in the first place.
I
We
mean,
needed
with all
some
the
sort of guide.
with all the trials that it was just to get here in the first place, I'm not exactly surprised.
I mean, you said yourself, Aegis, that sent letters. They haven't got through.
Yes, I assume that must be the same cause of why we didn't receive word of the caravan. It was difficult convincing anyone to allow the caravan in, but I told them that I had reports of orc attacks close, and that it may be cause of war with King Dragon should we not allow the caravan in and they receive an attack on our doorstep. Speaking to the public, of course, the outcry of possible war against the king, well, they didn't accept that, so it forced the council's hand.
Let's speak more within the walls of Ereglad.
Before we travel further into the walls, is there anyone amongst the caravan that you distrust, that you think might cause problems inside the city? Any ruffians, rough and tumbles, possible criminals that might cause any mischief within the walls?
They have all proven to be valorous in my eyes.
Good. Any kind of trouble might cause more problems for us in the long run.
Mm. I'm gonna say inside, like with our I guess, telepathic link. Like, you guys are strong lot, but you're also troublesome. So please do not cause any trouble inside the city.
I
Cause
certainly
trouble
don't
within the-
intend to.
Cause trouble in the city. Got
Me?
it.
Never.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
keep your dragon under wraps. Keep whatever spirits you guys got following you under wraps. Okay, like, this is not the place to do that. I promise you, it will not end well.
Yes, the city is quite literally on a breaking point. Anything that might cause trouble could cause this whole thing to tip over. Just yesterday, there was a public execution for a human. They said he was a thief, that he stole. They hung him in the streets like a dog. No trial. I couldn't get to him in time, unfortunately.
Such matters
Sad.
are being held behind the Aegis's back.
Even a few of my own men, I feel, might be turning against me. I have no evidence against them.
Again, you can rest well knowing that this party will behave.
He nods. Well, I trust you. All right. I must extend the gift of protection to all of you. It will take some time. Travel to the gate, and I will prepare myself mentally for the task.
And John gestures for all to follow as he moves forward.
Tell everyone in the caravan to also come forward.
Alright, as well, does that.
All right. Yeah, so Sebastian and the rest of the caravan will move forward. Aegis will sign a few spells in the air, and you guys can see sort of on each of your foreheads a soft little sigil sort of glows. It looks like runes, kind of like what Edels did, but in a different language. This is in Elven, and it's just a rune of protection, basically. For those of you that are from Ereglad, you would recognize this as the Aegis offering his protections to you, which is effectively allowing you into the door. Without this, you couldn't pass through the barrier and you couldn't pass through the wall. You would just be stuck on the outside.
Okay.
Perfect.
And with that, that's where we're going to wrap session for today.
Nice.
Aw.
Yay! We finally got to the city.
We made it.
I'm gonna get arrested.
Sorry, I cast one spell. One spell.
That's all it takes in the Feywilds.
Mhm.
What happens in the Feywild will live on in my therapy.
If you hadn't cast that spell, we would have literally been at Ereglad at the beginning of session.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I even rolled percentile dice to see what he would do.
The second you said you cast the dream spell with a muted microphone, he was like, yeah, this is so tempting.
Only I am the master of dreams in this land.
Actions have consequences.
And it's at this point that Edels finally wakes you up. No.
Oh my god.
You jerk, don't you dare.
Don't fucking do that.
Oh, that was golden.
No, that was really good though.
Dude, I
Wait,
thought you were
what?
joking for like half a minute there. I was like, oh no, he's not joking.
Yeah. I was like,
he's-
oh, okay,
he's
that's
not
serious.
joking.
Dick.
It
The
was one
first
of
time
those, oh shit, I got gouted. I was
first
ready
time
and
that
I
the
got guarded.
The first time the entire party had their nightmare thing with Slade, I think I got the whole party with that one time again.
Oof.
They all thought that they were awake. This is the
Slade is a
second
new
time.
concept for me.
Isn't this the second time that Markus had a nightmare?
No, this is the first time, actually.
Oh, that's right, because Markus, you went to your house and you got attacked by your friend in the middle of the night instead of having a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least Jahan doesn't sleep because he's an elf.
Oh, it doesn't matter. When you trance, you still go to the same place that everyone else goes.
Oh, really? Because I can't cast a dream spell on an elf because they don't sleep.
Yeah. So the difference is that like elves can sleep. You just have to cast sleep on them. I think they get advantage against it, or
No,
do
they,
they have the
you
literal
really
thing that
need
says
to-
that they cannot be
Yeah,
cast sleep against, right?
correct. Yeah.
They cannot be
Put to sleep by
fall
magic.
asleep by magical means.
Okay. Well, in my Land of Dreams campaign, like someone tried to do that with the elf thing to get them out of it, and I said no because it kind of ruins the whole point of the campaign. So like anything that wouldn't normally sleep, instead it doesn't count towards sleep, but it is like you have to a degree. Even Kazi meditating, there's a chance that she can drift off to the verge. That's why I keep having her roll.
So when that natural one happens.
It won't necessarily be the same as when you fall asleep.
Okay, I'm done meditating then.
Well, no, I'm not saying it as a negative towards you. I'm saying it as like something positive might happen if you keep doing it. But the positive thing is something that you won't really get until it happens. I mean, I described some of the things that you were seeing. Those things were actual visions.
No, fine. She feels guilty about Duck, and she feels guilty that she keeps fucking up, so she really wants to meditate to get better about the things that she fucks up.
Oh, keep trying and maybe something will happen. I like it. It's character growth. But yeah, in
It's
this campaign,
attempt at character growth. Don't call it character growth yet.
well, I mean, you are growing though. You're trying to meditate as before you were actually trying.
Yes, you're trying to actually meditate instead of just eat cheese and wine.
Potato,
But
potato.
yeah, so I did it because this is a homebrew campaign, so some things have to change in order for like the laws of my world to work. So I'm not really nerfing anybody by making it so that like you go to the verge when you take your long rest.
I mean, I imagine it's still they only need 4 hours for a long rest sort of deal.
It's the same as what it is normal. You only need 4 hours, and if it was a Warforged in the party, it would be the same.
Mhm.
The only difference is that their consciousness, to a degree, must touch the verge. I guess it's any time that you let yourself relax and you're not fully aware of what's happening. So like meditation counts.
Right.
Because back in the day, before the visitation, wizards and people like that, like monks, used to tap into the dream, which you could just go to, and it would tell you things, and you could get visions and stuff like that. There was a whole other branch of magic. And then after the visitation, all that changed. And thank you for the follows, everyone that followed. I didn't see who all it was because my Twitch kept refreshing on me for some reason. So like I just see the last person here, which is XOXO Ivy. So thank you for the follow, XO.
Yeah, I don't know what's up, but like my chat consists of 2,000 welcome to the chat room.
Yeah, same thing happened to me. Like I've got a bunch of the same thing that says, which is why I almost missed that we were hosted by someone coming in and raiding us. I missed that, so. But yeah, so thanks to the guy that raided us. That was great, and thanks everyone here for playing. It was
Right.
fun.
Appreciate it. I mean, I always enjoy playing the games. Thank you as always.
Yeah. Sorry about
Can't
our
wait.
unintended consequences here.
Love it. I liked it.
Yeah, I didn't plan for that to happen, but yeah. You guys so damn suspicious
What
of
happens when I
fucking
try to do
poor.
something nice? That's kidding.
Everybody's so suspicious of fucking Edels, man. Jesus, calm down.
Well, yes.
He's the one guy that
Perfect
wasn't
reason.
asleep and wasn't in our bubble.
I'm absolutely unsuspicious of him. I love him.
I don't trust him.
Trust anyone, but
Because he
It's a
likes
smile.
me. Everyone mistrusts him because he's nice to me. You guys have a problem.
He's nice to everybody.
He is nice to everybody.
Hmm
That makes
No
him,
one's been mean to him. We just don't trust him. You know.
that makes him suspicious.
Exactly.
He's nice. Too nice. Fucking hell.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a thing like that exists.
Nobody's like distrusting of Sebastian. They're like, oh, he's nice. Too nice. Nobody's like that with poor fucking Aegis, who just like walks out. I don't trust him. I don't trust Aegis. Maybe he's working with the council.
Nah.
I mean,
nah,
Is he?
nah,
I mean, maybe. Who knows?
Nah.
Maybe. Who
Way to
knows,
plant
man?
that in. Way to plant that in. All I'm gonna say.
I know, way to plant that seed. Now they're gonna.
Oh man, gotta throw the scent off of Edels, man. Just gotta throw all the guilt on the Aegis.
All right, guys. I'll see you all next week.
Poor
Yeah.
Edels is like, you
Have a
want
good
some
time.
water? I don't
See you
trust
later.
him. Maybe it's poison.
Yep. We should close stream here.
Yeah. So thank everybody for watching. Thank you all for being a part of the session today. Have a good evening, everyone, and we will see you all next week. Adios.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Thanks.